Fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1, go. Timer's going, game's going. Do we have game sound? Yes, we do. Excellent. Alright. So I should just be able to sit here with my mitts off the keyboard for the next 5 hours. I'm all set. I've got a coffee. I've got my phone for checking Discord and stuff because I do not want to touch my desktop other than slapping my my split button. Because I don't want to do anything to muck up with the replay. This is a very long intro, but it's slightly less long than usual because we're going through it optimally. First thing, there, you may have seen a very, very slight hesitation as we walked through the bush. That pause doesn't actually need to be there, but it sets up a different RNG seed for the fight here. So if you come in here as fast as possible, then when you get into this fight, you actually don't have a good fight. Instead, I waited 4 frames back 2 screens ago, and that sets up this turn. So that ends the fight in 1 turn. And that's the only way you can do that. Like, you crit yourself for 12, which is max possible damage, then he hits you for 8, which is max possible damage. That's the only way to do it, I think. At least it's the only 1-turn fight I've seen. So the old TAS actually had a 2-turn fight there. So right off the bat, we're saving time over the old 2010 video. Yeah, exactly. Mwah! It's just so. I stumbled on that basically by luck. I wasn't even looking for it. I didn't realize at first that like the 4-frame wait that I had 2 screens ago, that was originally unintentional. I didn't realize that I could get through it faster than that. And I found this this 1-round fight. And then later, going back, I realized, hang on a minute, I could have gone faster here. But when you do, I then can't find the 1-round fight anymore. So we pay the 4 frames and then we save a couple of seconds. But that's the only really interesting thing that happens during the prologue. Everything else is just, it's optimal movement and optimal dialogue, but it looks the same as a regular playthrough. It's just getting the 1-round beak fight that looks cool. We'll save a little smidge of time here over an ordinary playthrough because we're not going to pick up the fishing rod. The fishing rod in that treasure chest sells for $50, which is normally how you fund buying a whole bunch of herbs. But it's a TAS. We don't need to heal, so we're just not going to do it. One thing that you might not really appreciate until you either sit down and work on a TAS or at least like try to route out a speedrun or something, Breath of Fire 2 gives you a surprising number of complementary full party heals. So we get away with doing very, very little healing in the TAS, even when we do take damage. We'll fairly regularly intentionally take some damage in a way to speed things up, and then we get healed for free afterward. The most common reason for that is we want to get hit and take a counterattack. If time is the only consideration, you prefer to dodge. Not just because it preserves your health bar, but the animation for dodging an attack is faster than the animation for getting hit by an attack. For most fights, dodging a physical attack is the fastest animation the enemy has. The only other thing that they can do that's comparable is defending, and most enemies defend like once in 500 frames. So it's usually impractical to try and find sequences where the enemies use defend. Much, much, much more practical to find sequences where you dodge. However, if you're looking for something particularly unlikely, then you may not be able to find a frame where you get everything you want and you also dodge an attack. So sometimes you just take it on the chin because it's the only way you can get everything else. And the extra, I think it's 40-ish frames, it's a bit less than a second that you pay to get hit. It is more than made up for by whatever it was you were doing. The other main reason would be to get counterattacks. So I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but there's a really impressive looking turn against Baba where I crit, and then I get hit, and then I counter, and the counter is also a crit. And yeah, even though getting hit is slower than dodging, getting 2 crits worth of damage in one turn is actually much faster for the fight overall. I guess while we're doing this, in addition to describing what I'm doing, I can also oh, I should get ready to split here. Almost missed it. So even with the added time at the start, because the TAS measures from console on rather than from file select, so that adds several extra seconds at the start. That's still a full 5 seconds faster than the best I've ever done in a speedrun. And that's half of that is the 1-round beak fight, half of it is not picking up the fishing pole, plus just a little bit of incidental optimization from having better movement and such. Actually, movement isn't usually an issue. As movement in Breath of Fire 2, everything is locked into a tile grid. So you have to mess up reasonably hard to actually have a movement error. Where the task gets a little bit of an advantage, though, is the dialogue. So the TAS will always tap A on the first frame possible to advance the dialogue, whereas speedrunning live, all I can do is mash, which every dialogue box, that's going to lose a frame or 3. It adds up over time. So here, we sell the life PL we picked up and switch a bronze sword. The time it takes to come in here and do that is worth it, because without buying a real weapon, you just do no damage to any of the first fights. Here, I just made an error, actually. Flora, thank you so much for the sub! And also hi, it's good to see you. I should have talked to the dragon statue there, and it's one of the improvements that I've made in the new TAS that I'm working on. Anytime you die, you get sent back to your last save point. And if you hadn't yet saved, the dragon gives you a speech about how you should save. And that speech goes away once you talk to the dragon for the first time. And since we're going to Death Warp a lot, it's faster to talk to him once on purpose, and then get faster Death Warp text every time you die. And I didn't do that this time because it didn't occur to me. Okay, this is one of the only random encounters that we're going to take, and it's the only random encounter that we fight for experience. And we do that just to get Ryu and Bo to level 2, because at level 1 we do not very much damage to this boss, so the little bit of extra time it takes to do the fight is more than compensated for by having much faster boss kills for the next 3 fights. So what I had there actually wasn't particularly optimal. In my new TAS, I have a better Harpy fight than this. Can you rewrite parts of them so you don't have to completely redo them? If you would make a change, you have to redo everything beyond it. Because once you make a change, it's affected the RNG, and the RNG is deterministic, so it will be different from that point on. So basically, I'm redoing the whole thing from scratch. Another improvement that I've made in the new one is instead of fighting 2 zombies, or corpses, instead of fighting 2 corpses and getting level 2 on both here, instead I only fought a single corpse, which gets level 2 on Ryu but not on Bo, because Bo's damage is pretty irrelevant in the first place. Going from level 1 to level 2 boosts Bo's damage from 4 to 6 or something like that. It's not relevant. You only really need level 2 on Ryu. So, just in this segment already, my new Glitchless TAS is a few seconds ahead of this one. And this one is itself already a few seconds ahead of the old one from 2010. We're not completely sure how random encounters work, but the important thing from a TASer's perspective is the further you want to walk, the harder it is to do without a fight. And I think there is a hard upper limit of 64 steps on the overworld. I've only just recently noticed, but I was trying to do the walk from Mount Fubi to Corsair without an encounter, and I was never able to avoid getting a fight on the 64th tile. So that might be a hard upper limit. But similarly, I've never been able to make it through that room with a treasure chest without an encounter. So if you have to do a really long walk through a room with encounters, you generally can't do it all without a fight. What you do is you just take a fight halfway through and instantly run from it. It's the next best thing. But there are a handful of rooms in the game that are just too big to walk through without an encounter, no matter what kind of manipulation you try to do. This is another fight where my new TAS is better. So here I get a counter attack. So in the first round we've killed 3 of them. In my new TAS, I found a frame where I got 2 counterattacks, so then in the first round I had killed 4 of them, which means that I only had to sit through 2 enemy attacks on the second turn rather than 3. So I saved another second or 2 here. We're intentionally getting hit a bunch. It would be hard to find a frame where we dodged all 6 attacks. In fact, by hard I mean probably impossible. But we actually want to get hit here, because after this boss now, the Roach, we want to Death Warp. So all the damage that we've been taking is actually helpful, because it means that our Death Warp will be very efficient. If we were close to full health here, it would actually be a time loss. So conveniently, nice quick kill. But it means that now, after we're done the plot here, we can just walk outside, punch ourselves in the face once, and instantly we're dead and we're back in the first town. and you'll get to see what I mean about the Death Warp dialogue. Oh, fudge. I totally forgot that I'm supposed to be splitting. Never mind. Maybe I'll remember. It wouldn't be a Charles stream without some goofs. I'll go back and fix that afterward. So here's our Death Warp. One shot the dog, and then die. So yeah, that makes sure you do it from now on dialogue box. That costs a second or so every time we Death Warp. It's okay. It wouldn't be a Charles stream without some hilarious goofs. So, the hilarious goofs have been made, and hopefully now I get it right. Unfortunately, there isn't really anything interesting to discuss while we're doing plot segments. The only thing that's of real TAS significance during the plot segments is optimal dialogue, which is, I mean, you do it because it saves time, but it's also really boring. It's optimal dialogue. You tap A at the appropriate time. Hey, Highborn! Welcome. Yeah, that's one thing I've always appreciated about Breath of Fire 2 as a speedrunning game, is I think it's better for a casual audience than many other RPG speedruns. It's also just a Super Nintendo game with high production quality. The sprite work is lovely, the music is nice. It's a pleasing game to watch. I guess one of the most interesting parts about the early game here is the money routing. Because even though there aren't that many things we want to buy, we also just don't have very much money. And we want to be able to buy some W fruits eventually so that we can reuse dragon powers. And W fruits are expensive, they're 200 bucks each, and we don't have that many bucks. And we want to cast quite a few dragons. So, obviously I solved the problem, I worked out the route, but it's sort of interesting how tightly it works out. Also, everybody loves the trash can. Yeah, I completely agree. That's not the reason I chose Breath of Fire 2 as my speed game, but it's certainly a nice incidental perk. I chose Breath of Fire 2 as my speed game because it was the very, very first console game that I ever played back at the ripe old age of 10, and even before I started speedrunning, I had probably played through it 30 or 40 times, so it seemed like a natural game to pick. It was the only game where I could cite you like the entire contents of the game inside and out. I'm not quite to the point of being able to recite the exact HP total of every single enemy in the game, but it's pretty close. And there's no other game that I'm anywhere near that familiar with. Okay, so I should remember to split when we get to Corsair. Hey Ashley! Glad you could make it. If you see little bits of stuttering in the movement, that's me manipulating to avoid encounters. But here, so this walk from the mountain to Corsair is too long to get through it without an encounter, so we take one fight halfway through. Split. Alright. So, in a glitchless speedrun, normally we get here around 38 minutes, I think. So right now we're about 15 minutes ahead of an ordinary speedrun. One neat thing, you need it to be night in here to talk to Rand in the pub, and even though it's light outside, we got here just quick enough that the game hasn't quite rolled around into day. So outside on the world map does like a full daylight cycle where it slowly gets dark and slowly gets light, but in town it's either dark or light. So even though it looks light here, it's not quite at the daylight cycle. Now it is. Now if we went back in town, it would be officially day. And here's a clever thing. We need it to be night when we get back to town, and we're going to get back to town by death warping. So as soon as we go into the forest, time isn't going to pass anymore, because time only passes on the overworld. So we time warp to night outside the forest. And now it's night again, so when we get back to town, Rand will be there. And the old TAS from 2010 didn't do that. Instead, he actually talked to the guy in the pub, and it does like the sleep at the inn little thing, which takes longer. So we saved a bit of time by time warping there. Same deal with the forest as the walk to Corsair. The forest is too big to get through without a fight, so we get one fight here, run away. Conveniently, it's small enough that we can get through without a second fight, but it's very close, so by the time we get to Baba, we're going to be very close to our walking limit, which means that it's very easy to find an encounter. If you've only just started walking in a place, most possible frames that you could take a step on won't result in a fight. The further you've been walking, the more frames will result in a fight until eventually all of them do. And, conveniently, fighting Baba here doesn't reset the random encounter rate. So because we just got here after a long walk with no fight, as soon as we're out of here and we take a step, we'll instantly get an encounter, which is what we're looking for. That was the crit counter crit turn that I mentioned earlier. But you can see we don't have enough health bar to do it more than once. If we take another hit, we die. So now we're just going to dodge everything and crit him to death. And I'm going to remember to split. Alright, that was the boss fight. It looks really straightforward from like a TAS routing perspective, because you want to dodge and you want to crit. How hard could it be to dodge and crit? But early in the game, your dodge chance and your crit chance are both pretty low, so it's harder than you'd think. And as I said, we get back to town and it's still nighttime. The next fight is the Director of Human Resources, and now that I'm going through this and doing it again, this is the point at which I'm up to in my reworking of the TAS. I didn't appreciate how lucky I got the first time. So here I get dodge hit, and then dodge crit, and then dodge crit. It took me a lot of effort to find another pattern like that. So in my new TAS, my director fight is almost a full second slower, just because it takes a really long wait. You get a different result by waiting one extra frame. And a frame is not long, it's a 60th of a second. So you can test many different results, wasting very little time. But if you're looking for something that's very unlikely, you might have to wait a second or two or three to get the result you're looking for. And what I have found is in my new TAS, even though I'm well ahead of the one we're watching now, the RNG lines up in such a way that I can't get such a nice director fight. I have the same results. I think it's dodge, hit, dodge, crit, but I had to wait significantly more frames to find those results, so I lose time. Wait, new TAS? Yeah, new TAS. Basically, as I was doing this one, I was compiling a list of things that I should have done better. What I didn't want to do was go back to the beginning and rework it all every time I thought of a new improvement, because that's what you have to do. If you want to make a change, then everything beyond that change has to be redone. So rather than going back and restarting every time I thought of an improvement, I just committed, I'm going to finish it, I'm going to compile all of my improvements, and then I'll go back and do a second pass. And I'll do them all at once. And I'm very glad that I chose to do it that way. Yeah, I'm making it already. I was inspired. I mean, I did take a week off, but like, my brain was filled with Breath of Fire 2 knowledge. How much time saved do I estimate? Unclear. I think probably a minute is safe. If I'm really lucky, it might be 2 minutes, but that's probably too optimistic. So the time for this one is 4:44:37, and I'm confident I can get that down into 4:43 something. Yeah, a whole week, I know. What can I say? I'm a committed man. Committed in both the sense that I am determined and also in the sense that an insane person would be committed to an asylum. Anyway, I'm redoing it not so much because I want to save an extra minute. I mean, like, I do. Don't get me wrong. I find a fair bit of joy at the prospect of saving another minute. But really what I want is I want to have not an optimal route, but like there's a bunch of obvious mistakes in this TAS, and I don't want obvious mistakes in my TAS, I want it to look good. So I'm going back and I'm fixing the obvious mistakes. You can see here we've used our health bar as a resource. So again, because our dodge and crit rates are fairly low, it's hard to find frames where we both dodge and crit, so sometimes we're taking something suboptimal. Because if we could completely control the RNG, then we would have Cat attack every turn and we would dodge every turn. Or we would get hit and counter and crit, and then crit ourselves on our attack. But you take those when you find them, but when they're really rare, it's usually, or at least often, not worth the raw number of frames you have to wait to find those optimal results. So we take many suboptimal looking things because they involve less waiting. So it's not worth waiting 80 frames to get a dodge because a dodge is only a 40 frame time save. If you don't need to dodge. Obviously, if you're at 1 HP, then you don't have a choice. You've got to dodge. But that's what I mean by using your health as a resource. How do you manipulate frames when using auto battle? The only real manipulation you can do is in the frame on which you input your final input for the turn. So there you see I do things, I go over to auto and then there's a brief pause and then it continues. So you manipulate it when using auto battle by picking a different frame on which to confirm auto battle. But that's exactly the same as doing any other sort of action. You can't... I know, some of these turns look really slick. You can't usually manipulate individual results. For the most part, the only manipulation you can do is, like, you pick the RNG frame for the whole turn. The exception is when you're fighting an enemy that has an in-battle dialogue. Like when in that fight it says August is saving his strength. That dialogue box automatically goes away on its own after about 3 seconds, but after about the first second and a half, you can tap A, and it will make the dialogue box go away on its own. And this is where it gets really fucky. It affects the RNG, kind of, but not completely. So I'll use the Director of Human Resources fight as an example because that's the one that I have fresh in my mind because I was doing it yesterday. When he says education, hobby, talent, or like when you pick your frame for the turn, when you select A for auto battle, that locks in the amount of damage he will do. And it then doesn't matter on which frame you cancel his education, hobby, talent dialogue. If he hits you, he'll do the fixed amount of damage that was determined by the frame on which you started the turn. But if you pick a different frame to cancel the dialogue box, you can get different random results on combat events, like critting or dodging. So you can get yourself into a situation where you picked a frame, if he hits you, he's gonna do 28 damage. That random roll is now fixed, but it isn't yet fixed that he's actually gonna hit you. It's really weird. And there aren't that many fights in the game that have the in-battle dialogue boxes, and I'm not even convinced that they all have the same behavior. Oh yeah, rand rolling is really satisfying. So, for the most part, other than the in-battle dialogue boxes, what you need to know is the frame on which you enter the turn determines stuff. The only other thing you can do is damage numbers will affect the RNG going forward. So let's say that you have a turn where you have, I don't know, he is going to attack you and then you're going to attack him. If you change your party's formation, then when he attacks you, it will change the amount of damage he does. Not because of anything to do with the RNG, but because the different formation will have a different multiplier. So if you go from scramble formation to defense formation, you take less damage. The act of taking less damage will then affect the RNG for the rest of the turn. So it's possible that if you start a turn on frame N, in defense formation, you get hit, and then you attack and don't crit. If you do the same turn, still starting on frame N, but do it in scramble formation, you could get hit and then crit. So when you have multiple party members, which is what unlocks your different formations, and you're trying to manipulate a particular result that involves you getting hit in the turn, you want to try your turn with different formations because some of the results after the damage number will change. But other than that, even though I've just given you two caveats, the damage numbers changing due to formation and the in-battle events changing due to the dialogue, the in-battle text, other than those two, basically your only manipulation is just waiting on the final input of your turn, and that still explains 95% of the manipulation I do in this. The other two things are exceptions, and they don't come up very often. Oh, if you want to see some absolute god tier rand rolling, hang around. There is a rand roll in this task that I've never even attempted live. It's possible, but like I don't have the skill. The roll from Capitan to Windia and then the roll from Windia to Hometown are both tricky, but like they've got nothing on the other one. Yeah, it's the roll from the Frog Forest to Nimifu's Tower, but it's how you get there, because the roll that I normally do in a speedrun isn't optimal. It's way easier, but it's not optimal. The optimal roll is completely absurd. Anyway, dungeon! So here I believe I take, yeah, dodge crit. So this is another instance of the idea that you don't actually need to optimize everything. Like, there's no need to get crit, dodge, crit in that fight, because hit, dodge, crit, while a lesser result, quote-unquote, it still kills them. Like, there's no need for the second crit, it's overkill. Can you manipulate drops from enemies? Yes, but again, it's a pain in the ass, because there's very little you have that can control it. The enemy drops are determined at the start of the fight, by the frame on which the fight is entered. The drops are determined at the same time as the enemies for the fight are determined. So the only way you can manipulate a drop is you get a fight, you check that A, it's the right enemy, and then you kill it, and you check B, did it drop it? No? Go back, find a new fight. That's all you can do. It's incredibly tedious, and given that most of the drops that you'd want are like 1 in 128 or 1 in 256, it takes years. And most of the times when I stalled out working on this task were precisely because I was at a point where I had routed in a random drop, and like I just could not find the fucking thing. Alright, we are coming over here to get this silver dagger, because Ryu badly needs a weapon upgrade. If we don't take this silver dagger... Yeah, so the really, really slow stutter stepping there was to avoid an encounter. We can get through that room without a fight, but it's a close thing. So it looks a bit funny by the end. So in total, we manipulate 3 random drops throughout the game. The reason we picked up the silver dagger there isn't actually for this boss fight. We can kill the Joker with Nina's Cold pretty efficiently. Also, the Joker just has high defense, so Ryu isn't going to do much damage to him anyway. But getting the silver dagger there saves you a significant amount of time in Capitan. Because we have to do the Creon, and then we have to do the Terrapin fight. And for both of those fights, Ryu is our best damage dealer. And if we leave him with the bronze sword rather than the silver dagger, he does very little damage. So like, you can skip the silver dagger, but you will pay for it in minutes later on. Alright, next fight coming up. And I'm going to remember to split. This is me remembering to split. So again here, ideally we would be dodging these attacks, but I wasn't able to find a frame where we both got a cold crit and we dodged, so instead I took a frame where we got hit. Is it true that you can manipulate spell crits by doing something during the animation? No, it's not. That's the same thing as like tapping B to make sure the Pokeball doesn't break open. It doesn't actually work. Spell crits are just regular crits, the same as any other kind of crit. I mean, it felt that way in Pokemon too. Nah, it's just good old confirmation bias. There are things in the game that affect spell crit rate. So for example, if you're using a spell against an enemy with an elemental weakness, I believe it's more likely to crit. I know. Same as all of the other manipulations. All you can do is wait. Heart of the Cards! No, I'm totally on board with Yu-Gi-Oh! References. Okay, I think we have to take 2 fights for the walk from Joker's Cave to Windia, because it's a really long walk. Yeah, and you can see by the stuttering at the end there that it was getting difficult to continue walking without a third encounter. Oh, and look at me. I said I was going to remember to split, and I lied. God dang it. It's so much harder to remember to split when I'm not actually playing the game myself. So alas, we have another big plot sequence here. So, if you want to ask a question, now's a good time. I'm not going to have anything interesting to commentate on for the next bit. We are just acquiring the monkey. You don't even do any shopping here. No worries. I'm just glad that you're here. I'm enough of a nerd that I would do this even if nobody showed up to watch, but it is really quite a bit more fun with an audience. Alright. The monkey is acquired. I think we have one random encounter for this walk. Yep, there we go. one of the difficulties with trying to manipulate for this fight is, in addition to dodges and crits and everything else we also want to manipulate him not using Egg Beater, because obviously using his Egg Beater uses twice as much time as not using his Egg Beater. So in this fight, it really is just a game of finding as many crits as you can, and you don't try and route out exactly in what order they are, because you don't have any control over that. You just want him to use a single attack, and you would like to dodge, and otherwise you just figure out who's willing to crit on any given turn. That's probably one of the most freeform fights. There's just nothing to route in. Like, everybody has an optimal attack. Physical for Ryu and Kat, and spellcast for Sten and Nina, and like, it's just whoever's gonna crit is gonna crit. You work with what you get. Here we get ye old crayon skip. Here's me just fucking around for fun, because it doesn't matter what you do right now, you have to wait for the turtle. So that was just me demonstrating that you can actually walk around that guy. You can normally not do that in a live run. Anyway, it's turtle time! Let's see if I remember to split this time. Somebody in chat should yell at me. And it's the same game here as with the crayon, we're just looking for dodges and crits. You may be wondering why we were casting Spark with Sten, but we're not casting anything with Nina. It's a fair question. The reason is... Sten does not have a spellcast animation. When you cast Spark with Sten, the only weight is in the actual cast animation of Spark. When Nina casts a spell, she has a unique spellcast animation. So first you have to wait for Nina's spellcast animation, and then you have to wait for the Spark animation. So Nina, you actually pay about twice as much time as Sten to cast a spell. In a live run, you don't care. You just want to do the damage. Casting with Nina is faster in a live run than not casting with Nina, but in a TAS where everybody is critting and dodging, and the turns go by so quickly, it's faster to not also rip Nina. So we want a Death Warp after this fight, which is why we're trying to make sure that everybody dies, and or is left at very low HP. So yeah, this is us making sure that Sten and Nina kick the bucket. Now, that was nice and efficient. I remembered to split. Yay me. So if we were running Glitchless, a 54-44 August kill would be good. Not just okay, but like really good. And we just killed the turtle. So this is very clearly no longer really comparable to a live speedrun. So here we're actually going to do our first item shop of the game, because we're about to acquire the first set of dragon spells. So we buy a bunch of W fruits and Helpios, because we're going to make heavy use of those dragon spells against basically every boss. So here again, we get the Death Warp dialogue, because I didn't talk to a dragon statue earlier. So that is a time save that I will have in my next one. This is another minor mistake. I gave Cure 2 to Ryu here because I didn't think it mattered. But by putting Cure 2 in his spell inventory, it pushes all of his other dragons down one. So every time now I want to cast a dragon, it's a frame slower. It's a small thing, and it's possible that it actually cost me no time, because when you're in a combat, you're usually waiting frames anyway. So it doesn't matter that I have to use one of my wait frames to move down in the menu further, because it was just going to be wasted time anyway. But if on any of those one frame wastes I would have found a good RNG seed, then it costs me time. So next time I think I'll just give it to Rand, because Rand's spell menu is completely irrelevant. Alright, rolly time! I'm gonna admire the optimal rolling. One thing that might not be totally obvious until it's pointed out. In an ordinary run, your party order is determined mostly by combat considerations. Tanks at the front, squishies at the back, right? And that does play a factor in the TAS, but at least as big a factor is you want to minimize the amount of time you have to spend shuffling party members around. So there, we had to switch to Rand in the front to roll, Sten in the front to swing over the cliff, then back to Rand to roll to Capitan, and then back to Ryu to talk to Sana. So we want Ryu and then Rand and then Sten in order in the party adjacent to each other, so that going from Ryu to Rand and then from Rand to Sten is only a single person swap. If our party were Ryu, Sten, Rand, Nina, then we'd have to swap Ryu to Sten to Rand, and then Rand to Sten, and then Sten to Rand, and then Rand to Sten to Ryu. You'd have 2 extra swaps. And those swaps take time. So our party, as much as possible, is ordered so that we have to do as little order swapping as possible. And that's often more important than in combat considerations, because tanks in front doesn't matter all that much when you're not getting hit in the first place. The only thing is, if there are fights where we're doing primarily physical damage with Ryu and or Cat, then we want Ryu and Cat in the front of the party to maximize their physical damage. But that's it. And there are really not very many fights where Cat is actually doing appreciable physical damage. Like, already her damage is starting to fall off, and after Sema Fort it's a completely non-factor, and it doesn't become a factor again until the Death Heaven fight, when she has the Meow Staff. Anyway, we are now a dragon. Yay! So until now, we've had really nice, clean death warps. We had the death warp from the ruins back to hometown after the roach fight. That was clean, 2 hits. We had Ryu's death warp back to Corsair after Baba. That was a nice, clean death warp, 1 hit. And we had the death warp from Capitan back to the ruins. And that was nice. It was only 2 hits because Ryu and Kat were both at single-digit HP. So until now, our death warps have all been very easy because they've been set up ahead of time. But we just got a full party heal, and we want to death warp again. So the manipulation for this upcoming death warp is a pain in the butt. Because you're trying to kill people from full health and the whole party is alive. So the reason you saw me quickly pause there was to manipulate getting this fight very quickly. Normally you wouldn't get an encounter that fast. But here, yeah, unfortunately Rand is too beefy to one-shot, so we do the best we can. So even though it looked a little bit funny, that was about the fastest you can do that death warp. And there are 2 more death warps after this, I think. Yeah. You all in chat are being quiet. I feel like I'm talking to myself. That wasn't actually meant to be shade. If you'd prefer to lurk, you are very, very welcome to lurk. I'm just being silly. This is a lurking positive channel. Now what any percent usually does is save at the dragon statue there so that they can death warp out of Nimifu's tower, but I tested it and what I do is faster. Oh, and we're about to see the roll! Alright, so if you're quietly lurking and not totally paying attention, I recommend you pay attention for the next minute. As soon as Jean is done talking. Jean. Because, right once we get out of the forest, we're going to do a Rand roll, and it's going to blow your socks off. So just if you're not in the know, there's the Sima Fort Lake in the middle of this chunk of continent. Normally when we Rand roll, we would roll down, south, along the bottom of the lake where the bridge is, and then back up, because it's instead we do this. Look at this. Yep, that's legal. You can actually do that. I think it's 5 or 6 single frame turns back to back. The door here, you have to take minimum 2 encounters to open the door. Watch. See how long we waited there? We held that for like 2 or 3 seconds. That was to manipulate this fight. Demon dropped something, A obtains Medicate. So that's the first of our 3 random drops, and that's why I waited so long. The Medicate is it's a consumable item that's a 1-use cast of the attack up spell. And this Medicate, it cost us, what, like somewhere around the 12 seconds-ish to pick it up. Because we would have had to go into the fight anyway. You have to do those 2 fights at the door. So the fastest thing to do is just get into the fight and immediately run. And instead we took the time to actually kill the things. But that's going to save us a huge whack of time later in Rand's solo fight. Because normally if you think about what you do in the Paladin fight, you have Rand at like level 20? And you kill the Paladin with Shave Ices. And it takes 6 Shave Ices to kill the Paladin, and those things are like an 8-second cast. Never mind the time it takes for the Paladin to do his animation. So the Paladin fight in the 2010 TAS done by the other guy, that takes a long time because of that strat. And it's the same strat that we use in ordinary glitchless speedruns. But with the Medicate, even at, I think it's only level 12, I have a really low level Rand, he's actually punching the Paladin for appreciable damage. So the 12-ish seconds it costs me to pick up that Medicate, I save over 30 later on. That's why we pick it up. Anyway, other than that, feels really nice to be getting through the Witch's Tower with basically no fights. Normally the encounter rate in here, playing Glitchless, is super high. Even with smokes, it's super high. Also, Nimifu for Playable Character 2020. Oh yeah, I remember what I did here. This looks a bit funny. So we made that a 3-turn fight because we did dragon, dragon, and then crit. And it's a fair question, why not do the crit in one of the previous turns? And then it's a 2-turn fight, that would save time. And if you can do it, then yeah, it does save time, because you don't need to do the 3rd-turn inputs. The problem is we're trying to get Nimifu to do a physical attack that we dodge. And Nimifu rarely ever uses a physical attack. And I just could not find a frame where I got physical attack, dodge, crit from Cat. So I took it as just, because Cat goes before Nimifu anyway, it doesn't cost that much time to use Cat's crit as a 3rd turn separately, rather than trying to weave it into one of the first 2 turns. And I fucking forgot to split. God, how am I actually this bad at everything? At this point, oh, also, yeah, we're redoing this. I can't believe that works. At this point, I'm going to finish the revamped TAS just so I can re-record the showcase and not have this many blank splits in it. This is all very embarrassing. So now that we have Jean, we can go and get the dragon magic. I believe the Nimifu fight is the only fight that we use puppies against. In Glitchless we use a puppy against the guard eyes, but we don't in the TAS. we also pick up these treasures. The Socklet armor we want to sell, and the Kamikaze ball we use with Sten for the Trubo fight. That's how we do that. Well, even when I'm not playing the plot section at CMF Fort is still a struggle. It takes a long time to do all the talking. I'm trying to remember what order I do the shopping in here. I think at this point we buy the weapons, and then after the dungeon then we buy the items, if I'm remembering correctly. Now that we have dragon magic, there's relatively little need for weapons, but it's also true that the weapon shop here is not out of our way whatsoever. We literally have to walk right in front of it, so it costs us very little time to buy a few extra weapons. I know we buy the Iron Knuckle for Rand because he uses it later in the farming section. And if I'm remembering right, I think we buy a weapon for Kat and for Ryu. I'm not 100% sure on Ryu, but I know we buy one for Kat. Yeah, maybe it's just Kat and Rand. That jives a bit better. I think Ryu's just always using dragons. Nope, I couldn't make any of that out, but that was our weapon shopping. I think it was just Rand and Kat that we bought weapons for. Okay, here. I'm holding my hand over the split key, and I'm not going to think about anything except splitting. It's only a one-turn fight, so if I forget within the one turn, I'm really embarrassed. Alright, there's the dragon. He's dead. And here comes the split. Yeah. There. Alright, we're back on track. Cat learned a spell, which she will never use. True. That is a correct fact. And yeah, OS Frog. We're in Frogland. One of the more horrific things about this TAS is that the frog is actually useful. I still don't know if I can be okay with that. One funny thing. We are never actually going to put a fourth person in the party. We'll get a fourth party member back after we're done Sima Fort when Jean rejoins the party. The time it takes to put an extra person, Stenorand, back in the party is just not worth it. You unironically like the Sima Fort harpsichord? Hey, you know what you like. That's laudable. Oh, I have nightmares of this place from doing Brave Man. Now, am I remembering this right? Yes, I am. Nah. So this is funny. If you didn't know, that final panel is optional. Normally it asks, how would you like your meal done? Rare, medium, or well done. If you just skip it, you don't have to fight a guard, but they cook you down to 1 HP. Not recommended for marathon safety. But yeah, even though you get a slightly longer cooking animation, it's not as much time as the dialogue boxes take. I almost forgot that one. Whew. You know, if we make it to the end and I've remembered more than 50% of the splits, I'm going to call it a win. So obviously in the real-time categories, we do the Wildcat early so we can get either Chop Chop or HP as a reward, but speedrunning, TAS. We don't need HP, we don't need Chop Chop. So We do it in the quote-unquote intended order, the order that the plot asks you to do it in. Oh yeah. You have to wait for the ring anyway, so here, have some fun extra inputs. What happens to Nimifu after the game? We can only assume that she gets her Prince Charming. Yep, that is 100% canon. 1000% canon. Anybody who disagrees will be fired out of the canon. The real question is, who does Ryu end up with? That's sure to spark some debate. Not Cat this time. What do you mean this time? What's different about this time from the other times? Frames? Oh, are you thinking of the dialogue in Bando? Yeah, in Bando you do, you tell Kat that you're okay if she marries Taiga. But you don't self-sacrifice. This is a good ending run. We are not going to turn into a dragon at the end. Need a follow-up Breath of Fire 7, which is a continuation of the Breath of Fire 2 story. I'm pretty sure you mean Breath of Fire 6, but otherwise I agree with you. We definitely need a Breath of Fire 6. Breath of Fire 6 is a mobile game, is it not? No, it is not. There is also no fourth Indiana Jones movie. Breaking K-pop, that's a good way to put it. Breath of Fire 6 is to the Breath of Fire universe as the Star Wars Christmas special is to the Star Wars universe. Let's just leave it at that and move on. But you know, I would love to see a follow-up to Breath of Fire 2. It'll probably have to be fan-made at this point. Even if the Breath of Fire universe is... Was it really that bad? It was really that bad. Even if the Breath of Fire universe gets pulled out of retirement, I doubt they would actually continue previous storylines. They'd probably start fresh. I mean, like, the Breath of Fire games weren't particularly closely tied together anyway. There's a Windia in each of them, there's a Nina and a Ryu in each of them, and there's some very, very loose hints about, like, Death Evan being the offspring of Maria and stuff like that, but it's minor. And for the most part, the games stand alone. Not like proper sequels. So yeah, even if we get another game in the Breath of Fire universe, I doubt we would see the cast of Breath of Fire 2 again. Yeah, that is one of the awkward things, is if you accept the hints that the game give you, no, Ryu and Nina are distant relatives. Very distant. Enough that it's not actually that squicky, but like it's still a little squicky. But yeah, no. When you're doing Nina's solo quest, Nina implies that Breath of Fire 1 Nina shacked up with Breath of Fire 1 Ryu. And if you think that Breath of Fire 2 Ryu is a descendant of Breath of Fire 1 Ryu, and Breath of Fire 2 Nina is a descendant of Breath of Fire 1 Nina, that one is actually more likely. Nina is almost certainly a descendant. Actually, the game explicitly says it, but also she's Windian royal family. It isn't actually said out loud that Ryu 2 is a descendant of Ryu 1, and he might not be. Now, granted, they look fucking identical, but, you know. If you wanted to add in some optional headcanon so you didn't have to think about it, it's a video game, big shrug. Good attitude. Have I missed a split yet? No, we're still coming up to the worm. But yeah, if you buy all of the canon, then Nina and Ryu are distantly related, which is why Ryu obviously ends up with Cat. So here we're just trying to get non-egg beater attacks every turn. I hope no serious damage was done to your coffee. Anyway, the fly actually egg beaters most turns, so it is a little bit tricky to find just single dodges, but clearly I succeeded. And I believe this room here is big enough that we have to take a fight. Actually, we probably have to take 2 fights. Because fighting the worm doesn't reset the encounter rate the same way that Baba didn't. So we probably have to take a fight on the way in and a fight on the way out. Yep, looks like I remember correctly. So part of the reason that I actually had to buy healing items was because of the HP damage that comes from using W fruits. So here you can see I've healed Ryu. That's because we're using dragon strats. And here I'm going to Thunder Dragon and then heal him with W fruits. And if I had not healed his HP, the W fruit would actually kill him. So this looks like it's another example of ooh, nice crit. Taking suboptimal looking results. The worm's slam animation is slower than its regular physical attack animation. So I presume that I just could not find a frame where the worm did a physical attack and I dodged it. Fuck, split. God damn it. Thank you. Like, I know that I would only have been a few seconds late, but god damn it. Ugh. I bring dishonor to my family. Fuck. Okay, we'll get the next one, don't worry. Next time I do a TAS showcase, I'm just gonna put like post-it notes all over my monitor, along the wall, on the desk in front of me, on my coffee mug. Just like, remember the goddamn splits, Charles, you idiot. Okay. Yep. Got through there without a fight. When you can manipulate the RNG, it's basically 100% faster to just manipulate and wait to get through here rather than actually fighting them. Just because the fights take so long. So, it is kind of cool that we get to see really gorgeous looking beetle rooms when we do a TAS. There's no split for this boss, so I'm okay. We split on the goldfly. Yeah. Thanks, Iborn. You got my back and I appreciate it. So yeah, we do this with a combination of dragons and cat crits. He has 2,000 health, so it takes a little while, but it's still nice and efficient. I can't believe I'm forgetting all of these splits. It's literally Homer Simpson's job. All you have to do is press a button once in a while. It's the same button. Yeah, some of these cat crits are lovely. Literally my entire job is just pressing a single button and I'm fucking it up half the time. They gave me 2 math degrees and I can't handle pressing a button. Ugh. Oh yeah, this is a cool fight. So, this looks weird. I do the spellcast with Nina, and then I cast the dragon. Rather than doing it on the same turn. Okay, here's me remembering the split. I'm fingering the split key. Here we go. Got him. Alright. Next one is Kuadora. It's not because of manipulation. Although finding a Nina crit, a single attack from the fly, and a dodge all on the same turn would be tricky, it's not a manipulation thing. The fly is one of the 2 enemies in the game that has a turn cancel mechanic. So if you hit him with a dragon from full HP, he actually does an in-combat dialogue thing and ends the turn. So it ends up being a 2-turn fight anyway. So it's actually faster to do the Nina spell first, and then you don't get the combat dialogue, because you get Nina crits him with Typhoon or a Tornado, then you have an ordinary second turn with no turn cancel, and then the dragon kills him. But if you don't know about the turn cancel mechanic, it looks kind of funny. Like, why did you attack with Nina and defend with Ryu? Why not just do both spells at the same time? It's not an error, but there's a routing improvement that I've made. So on my way out of here, I'm going to pick up $1,000 off the wall. I've rerouted the shopping so that I don't need to do this. Right here. So, I mean, like, it only costs a second, but it's 1 more second to save. I've redone the shopping a bit so I can afford to buy a couple fewer help BLs, and then I don't need that money. That's one of the funny things about watching a TAS, is because the TAS has been very carefully, well, maybe not that carefully, I kind of did a shitty job of this one, but like, in principle, a well-made TAS has been crafted in such a way that everything works out. So you don't see all of the stuff that could go wrong. Like, you never get body blocked by an NPC. Even though when you actually play the game, you get body blocked all the goddamn time. So kind of neat to see the stats. I could cite some of that stuff from memory. Outside of the Queen, we only actually fight 4 random encounters. We run away from the rest of them. The Queen is interesting. We'll talk about it more when we get there, but in the Queen, you actually have to finish 2 fights in each room. And if you run away, it doesn't count. However, if the enemy runs away, it does count. So, I do actually kill one enemy in the queen, I think, maybe two, and that's an error. I shouldn't have, for reasons that will become clear later. When I redo the queen, I'm just going to try and arrange it so that I run, or so that I have the enemies run from every single encounter. But other than that, we fight the two corpses to get level 2 in the mountain. We fight the monopeds to get a Medicaid drop. We fight a Knight Rider to get the Medusa Shield drop, and we fight a pair of Karm to get the Meow Staff drop. Those 4 fights. And every other fight is a runaway. I know that at the end of the game, our levels are hilariously low. Like, I think we're like average level 16 or 17 when we fight Death Evan. It's pretty silly. I'm kind of sad that they don't use this theme more often. It's relatively simple, but it gets a good ominous tune. It gets you in the mood. But I think there's only like maybe one other place in the game that uses it. I have not forgotten that I'm supposed to split after Kuadora. That doesn't mean I'll remember after Kuadora, but I haven't forgotten yet. Alright, and we're back to the harpsichord. Splits are the real boss. I had no idea it would be this difficult. So that's just me restoring my AP again for more dragons, because you don't get a free complimentary heal between the Goldfly and Kuadora. The game in general really loves washrooms. Oh wow, that was a long wait. Because it's taken me 7 months to do this TAS, still thinking about the split, but I'm talking. Because it took me 7 months to do this TAS, a lot of this early game stuff, I really haven't looked at it in ages, and I have forgotten how hard some of these fights are to actually manipulate. So the only thing I needed in this turn was for him to use a physical attack and I got a dodge. But even just to get a simple result like that, it took me almost a 3-second wait. We had nowhere near that much trouble manipulating Death Evan a couple weeks ago. No. Rip Nina, no. It's okay, she is the inferior waifu. Here we go. And split. It doesn't matter whether Nina lives or dies. Nina gets far more experience than we actually need on her, and we're about to get a full party heal as soon as we get Jean back in the party. I do care for experience on Ryu and Kat, because Ryu and Kat do the most of the heavy lifting in the late game. Ryu does the vast majority of it. And then for Death Evan, it's Ryu and Kat tag teaming him. So extra levels on Ryu and Kat do matter. But extra levels on somebody like Nina is completely irrelevant. If anything, you prefer they die so they don't gain levels, so that you don't have to sit through the level up text. Pretty useless? It's not totally useless. It's a pretty good sword. It's the best you have available at the time, and it's also Holy Elemental. And you don't get another Holy Elemental weapon for quite a long time. So if you know about it, and you know which enemies are weak to Holy, it is actually very helpful. So, in Brave Man, we use that sword in 2 boss fights. Munmar and Shupke are both spirit-type enemies, which are weak to Holy and only Holy. The main thing that makes the Soul Sword kind of weak in casual play is that it's not as good as Dragon Spam. But neither is anything else, so like, if you're Dragon Spamming every boss, are you even playing casually? I think Breath of Fire 2 is more fun if you don't Dragon Spam. Hence the Brave Man category in the first place. Anyway, we got the frog! Yay! 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 Yeah, and here's where we do our item shopping. So we just used up the last of our W fruits. When we were in Capitan, we could afford just enough W fruits to get here to after the Kuador fight. And then we have a bunch of money from doing the Sema Fort basement, so now we can buy the next bunch of W fruits to get us to the next item shop in Memory. And we get the girl. So it's 144. This is normally about when we'd be killing the Terrapin in Glitchless. What a shit category. So, first we actually have to come here and save. And we also need to change the party. And we need to change the party because we need Rand for rolling. We need to save because once we're done in Hometown, we want to Death Warp back here. Is the next task glitchless? Yes. I am redoing this glitchless task. Once I'm done that, or if I get bored, I'll also work on an any percent task. Because Janus, the guy who made the old 2010 Breath of Fire 2 task, he is working on an any percent task now. Using the weapon glitches. And not to put too fine a point on it, but he's a nerd. And I'm going to take his records. It is very possible that at this point in time, I am the human on the planet with the most knowledge about Breath of Fire 2. I'm not going to stake that for absolutely sure, but it's a distinct possibility. So, like, really, does somebody else deserve to have the any percent task world record? I don't think so. I think it should be me. Anyway, I do presently have the any percent TAS world record, because my glitchless one that we're watching now, this does technically also qualify for any percent. It's just a slow any percent. But it is faster. This is the current fastest completed TAS. Including Janus's best any percent TAS. Because there's some stuff he didn't know about. So even though he had the weapon glitches, his most recent version is still slower than this one. Because I have the secret knowledge. I'm not sure if you can tell just through voice, but like I am feeling incredibly smug right now. Are the glitched weapons even better? Yes, they definitely are, no question. It's harder to route. One of the advantages of routing the glitchless TAS is it's very clear what your strategies are. Because like you have dragon spam, you have attack up Empire Sword, and that's it. Nothing else comes even remotely close to doing as much damage. But when you do the glitched weapons, it is not immediately obvious which glitched weapons are worth getting. So like here, we have to do a death warp with Bo in the party. Is it worth glitching the glitched weapon onto Bo to speed up the death warp? Given that's the only thing you'll do with it. Not sure, maybe not. We definitely do want glitched weapons on Sten, Nina, and Rand. Because those all have significant boss fight applications. But it's not clear to me whether we want some of the other ones. Once we've decided which ones we want, we also then have to figure out what is the most efficient way of getting them all. That's not so hard, I just have to sit down and do it. But the really big one, probably the one that is the hardest for me to tell, is do we want the glitched weapon on Cat? I can't tell. Because like Cat with the glitched weapon is a really good damage dealer. Don't get me wrong. But is it worth it? Because you also have to get the glitched weapons on Sten and Rand are also really good damage dealers. And like there's diminishing returns. Also, I should be watching for the Trout split. Also, when you're doing the any percent category, given that you have all of these characters with glitched weapons, they're high physical damage, do we still want to get the Empire Sword for Ryu? Or should we just carry Ryu around like a sack of flour? Because it takes a fair amount of time to go fish up the Empire Sword. I don't know. These are many questions that I have about an any percent TAS, and I do not know the answers to them. I am going to do it, but it's going to take some effort, which is why I'm doing the improved glitchless TAS first, because that's a much easier is the wrong word, but like it's a smaller commitment. I know what needs to be improved in the glitchless TAS, I just have to sit down and do it. But the any percent, there is a significant amount of routing work there that I will need to do, and I don't know how long it will take me. Breath of Fire, not Sword of Empire. How much damage does Ryu do? Ryu cannot get a glitched weapon. Ryu is the one party member that cannot get a glitched weapon. The reason is that you can only glitch weapons onto people not in the active party, and Ryu has to always be in the active party. I can tell you that G-Dragon is generally not worth using in a TAS. Okay, I'm splitting. Here we go. Got him. The problem with G-Dragon is that, like, yes, 999 is a nice big damage number, but the animation takes years. It's like between Ryu's spellcast animation and the G-Dragon itself, it's like a 12-second cast. So, in this TAS, we only use G-Dragon twice. Once is against Ray, and that one is mandatory. You have to. You even do it in Brave Man, because literally it's the only way to progress the game. So the only optional one we do in the TAS is against the first phase of Baruberry. And the reason we do it there is because the first phase of Baruberry is a pretty small health bar. It's only 1250 health. So the G-Dragon almost one-shots him. And G-Dragon by itself, like a 12-second cast for 1000 damage, that's actually not a bad deal. At first. The issue is that attack up crits from a good weapon are much better. The only reason we don't use it against Baruberry 1 is that because the first phase is so short, it's not worth the time to set up the attack up buffs. Because the attack up buff is also not the speediest animation ever. So you can kill Baruberry 1 with just a G-Dragon and like a pair of ordinary crits. And that is faster than going through all the attack up stuff. But that's only true because of his super tiny health bar. It's not applicable for any of the other endgame bosses. So anyway, that's the story. I'm going to finish optimizing the Glitchless TAS, and then probably take a short break from TASing, and then when I come back, step 1 is going to be doing a whole lot of investigation and routing before I sit down and actually start producing the any percent TAS. But I will do it. It's on my list of things to do. And I'm going to have time, because the very, very earliest my school campus is going to reopen is January. So, like, for the next 5 months, I have almost nothing to do. Like, I have my research, sure. And in September, I will have a TA position, but that's like 10 hours a week. Tops. And I'm not going to attempt to take any coursework. I do still need to take one more course credit for my PhD, but I'm putting it off until campus reopens. I don't want to try and do graduate level mathematics remotely. That just seems like a bad idea. So I really don't have that much work to do between now and the new year. And it's possible that campus won't even reopen in January, depending on the state of the virus. I think right now it's even money whether the campus reopens in January or in September. As in, like, September 2021. 13 months from now. So I'm going to have either a half a year or a full year with loads of spare time. So I will get the any percent task done. Rather than... Oh, first of all, thank you. That is very kind. Rather than say I'm enjoying it, let's say I'm making the most of it. Which is not quite the same thing, but like, it's a subtle distinction, but I think given that, I mean, quarantine at this point is a pretty universal experience, I think probably most people can relate to it. Like, I don't actually love that I'm stuck at home. I want to go to campus. I'm a math teacher and a mathematician. Campus is where I have a great deal of my joy. But given that I can't be there, I'm making the most of the time at home. Alright, that short pause there was another Death Warp setup. So, here's our Death Warp fight. Bap. Unfortunately, there's no way to avoid having to do a party swap there. Even if we arrange to have Jean in the party at Hometown, we still have to do a party swap. We need Jean in the party to hop down here, we need Kat in the party to do the whale, and we need Nina in the party to exit out of the whale. And after Death Warping, we have to have Bo in the party because we had to have Bo in the party in Hometown. So there's no way to avoid doing a party swap here. Gotta hit the tonsils, yeah. Yeah, I totally get people who say that they're enjoying the break. The thing you need to understand about my life to put this in perspective is, one, I am unreasonably lucky. Like, basically, you should hate me for existing. I've basically successfully arranged my life so that I liked all of it. Like, I get paid to do something that brings me joy. And just the nature of being a PhD student, you do lots of things. You take your own coursework, you TA for other courses, you can act as a mentor to other students in various ways. You have your research, which is sometimes an individual pursuit and sometimes it's a group pursuit. You partake in conferences and reading groups and stuff like that. So just the act of being a PhD student means like your job entails doing a dozen different things. So boredom doesn't really set in because you're not doing the same thing day after day. You can always change it up. And the second thing is, in Canada, you actually get paid pretty friggin' decently to be a PhD in math. So, like, right now, I am saving almost half of what I'm getting paid. Like, I'm sitting on a frankly embarrassing amount of money for somebody who is still a student. You did it right. Refused to resent you. I mean, I did do it right, but there was still a significant amount of luck involved. Like, if 10 people do it right, maybe 6 of them get lucky and 4 of them don't. You can make up the numbers, but it's not enough to just do it right to end up where I did. You also have to get lucky along the way. And I think it is important to remember that, because otherwise you get into that whole, like, prosperity gospel thing where, like, if somebody has an unfortunate situation in life, you just assume that they must have done something wrong, and that's not true. It is entirely possible to do everything right and still get unlucky, just because that happens sometimes. So, but I take credit for some of it. I put myself in a position to get lucky, and then I got lucky. So I never really felt like I needed a break from my life because I had my life arranged basically the way I wanted it anyway. If I had $1 million, I would retire and continue doing basically exactly what I was doing anyway. That kind of thing. So, It's not that I'm just sitting at home twiddling my thumbs waiting for real life to resume. I am finding things to do at the time. But, like, I'm eager to get back out there. I've had to put significant chunks of my life on pause, and I like my life, so I'm looking forward to being able to unpause. Especially because my girlfriend's job involves customer contact, so I just haven't seen her since quarantine started. She isn't comfortable potentially risking exposing me. Which is, like, one, that's very sweet. I'm glad that she's concerned about my health, but at the same time, I would like to see her again. It's a bit of a struggle. Thank you for the split reminder. I was actually about to forget. So, Highborn, you have saved the day. Yeah. And we talk a lot over Messenger and stuff, but it is a struggle. I don't have an optimistic spin to put on that. It's just I don't get to see my girlfriend until the pandemic's over. Kind of sucks. But, I mean, there are worse positions to be in, so I won't complain too loudly. Anyway, we should probably continue talking about the TAS. So, one of the weird things that you are probably noticing is that we have a frog in the party. That's not an accident. That the frog is actually there on purpose, and he matters. And that is possibly both my favorite and my least favorite thing about this TAS, is the frog. Because on the one hand, why on earth are we using the frog? What is wrong with me? But on the other hand, I sort of get that little, the transgressive glee. You're not supposed to use the frog. What are you doing? Hee. Watch me go. Here, I'm optimizing a TAS and I'm using a fucking frog. What are you going to do about it? So the deal is, I'm not going to recruit Bleu. Deus is Mrs. Not appearing in this film. Because it takes about like 100 seconds to recruit Bleu. So it's only worth doing if recruiting Bleu saves you at least 100 seconds. And I don't think it does. I think she maybe saves you like 50 or 60 seconds. But I think not 100. So I think that by not using Bleu, I save time. So the question is, what does Bleu bring to the team? Because, like, she brings a lot of stuff to the team. There's a reason that most people would like to recruit her. She brings you the exit spell, the warp spell, the attack up spell, and also a bunch of offensive magic. Although, again, in the TAS, the offensive magic isn't really that important. For the TAS, you have exit, warp, and attack up. So if we're not recruiting Bleu, those are the three things we have to replace. Nina knows exit. That takes care of that. The attack up spell can be replicated by manipulating a Medusa shield later in the game. And we would want to do that anyway, because we want to 1v1 Baru Berry with Ryu, and the strat for that involves using attack up. So, I mean, like, we're committed to the Medusa shield already. We don't really need Bleu for attack up. At that point, it's overkill. Warp. Warp is the big one. The only other characters besides Bleu that learn Warp are Jean and Spar. Spar learns it way too friggin' late. So it's Jean. Jean is our Warp bot. We're going to drag him around to a few boss fights to get him enough experience to cast Warp. That's his role. He's in the party, he is going to cast Warp. Hang on, you swear I had this bug one time, this guy who was in the translator didn't appear back at his house, and his wife locked me before it and went back to translator and he wasn't there, had to restart the game. I have never heard of that. I'm not going to say it's impossible because, you know, Super Nintendo coding, but, like, I have never heard of that happening. So this is one of the major divergences between Glitchless and any percent. In any percent, you have unlimited money, so you can just pay that guy. You don't have to come here and do the entire Oopa Roopa side quest. But we don't have unlimited money, so we're going to come here and do this. Oh wow, that walk was close. Huh. You can always tell when I'm struggling to avoid an encounter just because of the really stuttery walking. Okay, so yeah, Janus's current best any percent TAS is slower than the one we're watching. But it's not because any percent is slower than Glitchless, it's because Janus is slower than me. I kind of hope he's not watching this now that I think about it. Maybe bad-mouthing him a little more than is socially acceptable. But, it's just that there's some stuff about the game that he didn't know. So as soon as he sees what I've done in this, he'll go and he'll make a bunch of changes, then he'll get a much better time in his any percent TAS. Frustratingly, you can't exit out of this dungeon. So we're just going to have to death warp. And I believe this is the final death warp in the run, if I remember correctly. But if you think about it, TASing an RPG is really all about game knowledge. The actual, the TASing part of the task where you're trying to manipulate a fight to get a particular result, those things save you small amounts of time. So like the difference between a really good boss fight in a TAS and a mediocre one is probably only like a second in either direction. Maybe 2, if it's a really weird fight. But for the most part, you're not going to make huge time gains over somebody else's TAS video just by getting more optimal encounters. If you're going to save huge wads of time, like I beat his by 4 minutes, his old glitchless one from 2010. If you're going to beat somebody's old RPG TAS by 4 minutes, you're beating them with better game knowledge. So that's the difference, is even though Janus updated his old 2010 glitchless TAS to a newer any percent route, and he did improve his time, but like he was still missing knowledge. Oh fuck, I missed the Oopa Roopa split. God damn it. I'm not gonna miss the MC Tussle split. Fudge. Alright, here we go. Here's the split. Look at me go. Didn't forget the split. That's a lot of level up text. God, I'm so bad at this. It just occurred to me that I also totally forgot to update my stream title. So rather than Breath of Fire 2 Glitchless TAS Showcase, it just says No Sleep Until We Win the TAS, which was last week's stream title. Fuck it. I don't care. Production value is already in the basement. Who cares? I'm gonna clip this anyway. was the MC Tusk fight. I feel like I've stopped talking so much about the actual TAS, and rather than talking about this TAS, I'm just talking about TASing in general, and then I'm also just sometimes talking about university life. I don't know. If you have questions about the TAS, please feel free to ask. I gotta feel bad that I'm getting off topic. On the other hand, I have 5 hours of air to fill, so who knows. Maybe a variety talk show is what was called for in the first place. Anyway, we're approaching half done. So there's that. Oh yeah, I made a small movement error here. So here, rather than talking to this guy from the right, I should have stepped over one and talked to him from the bottom. Because getting up to talk to him would be the same number of steps, but then I'd have one fewer step on the way out. That was a mistake. Also, this is probably the sketchiest team comp you could imagine taking into High Fort. Sten Jean Spar. Can you imagine speedrunning anything with Sten Jean Spar? That's the world we live in. The reason is we don't actually care who we bring. We're going to kill everything with dragon magic anyway. We bring Jean because we need the Experios on him so that he learns the warp spell in time. We bring Spar because we needed Spar in the party to go and walk through the forest, and it wasn't worth swapping Spar out after having done that. Janus's TAS puts Rand in the party before coming here so that he can Rand roll. After finishing High Fort, he Rand rolls all the way down to Bleu's hideout, and that's when he recruits Bleu. But, as previously discussed, Bleu is not appearing in this film, so we don't have to worry about it. Unfortunately, this is kind of a boring dungeon. I don't think anything much really happens. I guess maybe the mazes will look a little bit impressive if you're not familiar with them, but really they're just big rooms to walk through. Otherwise, the fights in this place are really quite boring. This is the unfortunate middle in glitchless categories, where like you've acquired the dragon magic and the optimal strategy for every boss fight is just dragon spam. Tara Lynn, welcome! I don't recognize your Twitch handle, so if this is the first time you've been here, hi, welcome. If you're not in the know, we are watching my recently produced glitchless tool-assisted speedrun. Which I totally forgot to put in the stream title. That's my bad. But the backstory is in 2010. A guy named Janus made a TAS for Breath of Fire 2. And his time was 4:48 and change. But he also made some pretty significant errors in it. So I decided to take it upon myself last December to make my own. And I had never made a tool-assisted speedrun before, so there was quite a learning curve involved. But I finally finished it last week. That's what we're watching. We're also watching to see how often I forget to split. Because even though it's a task, I'm just keeping my regular speedrunning timers going for funsies. Just so we can see what the times look like. And I'm forgetting it. Regularly. Because I'm dumb. Split after turbo. Yep. Thank you. But not this turbo fight. This is the one where our monkey gets spanked. Here we go. This is us spanking the monkey. Lol. That's actually a normal speedrunning strat. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose that first fight. You actually can't win. It doesn't matter whether you lose or survive that first fight. It ends automatically after 4 turns. Technically a death warp? Kinda? It's a death warp without an actual warp. You just go back outside. But it's a timed fight. If you lose, nothing bad happens. And losing and walking back in is faster than waiting for the 4 rounds to be up. This is the real boss fight. So, my finger is hovering over the split key. Got him. So that's the one of the items we picked up back in the cave under the Sima Fort waterfall like an hour ago. This is ordinarily a pretty stressful part of a speedrun just because of how fragile Sten is. But again, TAS! We don't have to worry about it. I'm trying and failing to remember how many encounters we have to take in the 2 mazes. 3 or 4. It's been a long time since I did this part. I basically took a 2-month hiatus. I started this in December and worked on it fairly consistently through April. Within May and June, I disappeared off the face of the earth because I was teaching a course, not TAing, but actually teaching the whole course. And it was both my first ever formal teaching position, like I was getting paid for being an instructor and everything, and also it was at the very beginning of COVID season, like the school had just shut down, so what was supposed to be a 130 person in class turned into a 240 person online. And like my department had no infrastructure set up for online teaching. So I got nothing of consequence done, anything except for my teaching job. My teaching job just consumed my life for 2 solid months. And once it was over, beginning of July, then I was finally able to get back to it. And I think the break happened, when was that? It was after the Paladin fight. So I finished the Paladin fight in the TASing, and then took a 2-month break, and I came back to it at the beginning of the Windia dungeon. So everything before the Paladin fight, I just do not remember doing this, because it was months ago. Now, obviously I know some of it, but like, I don't have visceral memories that I can call to mind. Also, having now passed the 222 mark, the TAS is officially half done. That means I'm only a further 2 hours 22 minutes away from having a sandwich, which is good because I'm frigging hungry. This is the first of the 2 maze rooms. I'm afraid I don't really have any interesting commentary to give here, or just avoiding fights. Whap! Eat it, Trubo! Alright, boss fight. I'm remembering the split. My fingers hover over the split key. One thing that I didn't bother to work out the first time around, but I am going to do the second time around, is it... which characters is it worth it to kill off? Because killing off a character costs you some time. Because getting hit takes longer than dodging. But killing off a character also saves you time, because they don't get any level up text. Here's the split. Here we go. Split. So in that fight there, if Sten hadn't died, he'd have gained a level. And the level up text costs you time. Now, Sten is going to gain that level eventually anyway, because he has to be in my party again later. So it's not as simple as just a direct comparison, like how long does the level up text take versus how long does dying take. It also depends on whether he will eventually gain the same number of levels in the long run. So like, if killing off Sten doesn't result in him having a lower level at the end of the game, then it didn't matter. But if it does, then it might be worth it. Especially if the level that he doesn't attain, like let's say if I kill him, he ends up at level 15, and if I don't kill him, he ends up at level 16. If level 16 was a level that he was going to learn a spell at, then it's especially useful, because leveling and learning a spell is twice as much text. So I didn't bother to do those calculations the first time through. I'm going to have to the second time. I mean, I don't have to, but I'm going to. I want to. I'm trying to optimize it. There's another split coming up. Here's the split. Alright, we're back to having only valid splits on the screen. Excellent. I can stop feeling bad about myself. For now. For now. And unfortunately, we now have another huge dialogue sequence. We have to do the end of High Fort dialogue. Then we have to do all of the walking back and forth between Tunlin and Maori. So, if you have any questions, now's a good time. I'm not going to forget to split for the next few minutes. And there's really nothing interesting for me to describe. We're just going to be walking. Walking and talking. Suppose I can always bust open my phone and see if there's a Pokemon hanging out near the house that I can catch. Hey, a Bagon. We take those. There's a dragon event going on right now, so that's not quite as exciting as it would normally have been, but still, we take those. It's a little early, but I suppose I could start talking about the Queen. The Queen was probably the most frustrating part of the entire TAS. And I confess, I am not looking forward to redoing it. Because trying to optimize not getting encounters is way easier than trying to optimize getting encounters. And in the Queen, you are actually trying to get encounters as fast as possible, because you have to do 2 fights in each section. So, unfortunately, because we don't really have very much knowledge about how the game's code works, the only strategy we have is just brute force trial and error. I always found it weird. Trubo has a sort of adversarial relationship with gravity. Anyway, this is why we dragged Jean along. Because by getting experience on him, as soon as we're done, we can warp straight on out of there. If we don't bring Jean, then we can't do that. So, this was one of the major routing improvements that I made over the 2010 TAS. Is not getting Bleu, but using Jean for warp. Because you only need to bring Jean to Whale Cape, Munmar fight, which you kind of have to bring him to anyway. And then to MC Tusk and to Highfort. And that's enough experience to get him to level 14 when he learns warp. And then because Jean is our warp bot, we're going to be dragging him around quite a bit. Funnily enough, for a while, Jean is actually going to be our highest level, not counting Ryu. Ryu doesn't count because he's always in the party. But of all of the optional party members, we will actually have more levels on Jean than anybody else for a while. And like, this is the one and only one time that will ever be said in a speedrun. Because holy hell, is that frog useless. So our choice of party here, we want Cat because we need a girl in the party to talk to this guy. Has to be Cat or Nina. Cat has less dialogue. We need Sten in the party to do the mountain dungeon. We need Jean in the party to warp from the mountain to Tunlin. So our party is determined. It's Cat, Jean, Sten. And it's sort of surprising how clean a lot of the TAS works out. There aren't that many places where you actually get like a free party member slot and it doesn't matter who you take. Most of the time, everybody in the party is doing something, even if it's just hanging out in the party, gaining experience so that they can learn warp. A la Jean. Useless frog he be. What's even cooler is Jean only has enough AP to cast warp 3 times and then he's out. But despite that, I don't believe I ever actually have to go out of my way to restore his AP. It always works out that just when he's running dry, we get a full party heal. It's very, very clever. I can't take credit for that. That's just how it worked out. trying to think of interesting things to say about what's going on, and I am not coming up with anything. So I hope that just watching this is sufficiently entertaining. One thing that I have learned in my time as a teacher is that if you are the presenter, if you're the dude at the front of the room, you have the mic, you always feel like it is your job to fill the air. And like, if you're not saying anything, it feels awful. And it took me a while to realize that it's actually not that bad. It's fine. You can just shut up for a minute and let everybody think. Quickly look up something, check their email, get a drink of water, whatever. You don't actually have to fill up every last possible moment. Especially in something like a stream where there's background music, it's okay to have a little bit of dead air. Not too much. I am aware that this is, frankly, embarrassingly meta. I am filling the air by talking about filling the air. But I mean, there's nothing else interesting going on. We're about to do a dungeon in which there are no fights. Is there a fight? Maybe there's a... No, I think we have to take a fight in one room. Pretty sure. But like, we're just going to walk through the dungeon. We're not going to pick anything up. You can walk through that door from the left, which is kind of weird. I guess that's tech. It doesn't save you any time, but it looks funny. Can I get through here without a fight? I think so. Yeah. Alright, that's what I couldn't remember. I wasn't sure if I took a fight or if I went through the door to get an encounter reset. Oh, I answered my question. I walked through the door to get an encounter reset. So yeah, that was a nice quick dungeon. Oh, here's the split. Here's the mushroom split. Got him. So now when we warp with Jean here, he's now out of AP. But the next time we have to warp will be after Farmtown. We'll put Jean in the party at Farmtown so that we can hop over to Namanda. And then hop back. And then we do the Paladin fight. And because the Paladin fight is Rand solo, you get a full party heal, because that counts as like party availability changing. The game gives you a full party heal anytime the party availability changes, except in the Grand Church. That's the one exception. So after the Paladin, your party is fully healed, except for Rand. Rand is not healed. So Jean gets a free party restoration after the Paladin fight. Free AP restoration. And then you can use him to warp to Windia. So like I said, it all just magically works out. You do have Jean in the party for memory, but that's for hopping, not for warping. You don't need him to warp there. So here we're going to try and manipulate encounters, and I was modestly successful, but this was an error. Okay, well, Sten dying is fine. Stupid monkey. But killing that thing was an error. Here's why. Ryu gained a level, and I didn't realize, but I actually fucked myself over. Ryu gaining a level there increases his max AP from 23 to 24. So now the next time Ryu casts a dragon, it's not going to do full damage. It's not going to come up until the Aruhamel fight at the end of Memory. But it makes my Aruhamel fight very awkward, and I lose some time for it, because I didn't want to come all the way back here and fix it and then have to redo the entire queen. So that's going to be one of my improvements. When I redo the Glitchless TAS, is I'm going to make sure that Ryu doesn't gain a level in the Queen. So if you're not killing fights, the only other way to end them is to have the enemies run away. Unfortunately, in both the red and the blue regions, there are enemies that will run away from you. So in the red region, it's the Hemoglobs, and in the blue region, it's the Fatty. So we're just looking to fight exclusively Hemoglobs and Fatties, and let them run away. Ideally, I try and find frames where all three of them run in a single turn, but it's not always possible. In fact, it's quite difficult to even get just Hemoglods in a fight in the first place. It's not a very common encounter. So, this entire Queen section is incredibly suboptimal. Just because it's so hard to optimize, I could have spent months just brute forcing this section, and at this point I already knew that I was going to redo the Glitchless task to optimize it better, because I already had a list of optimizations. So at this point, I wasn't worried about perfect. I just wanted to get through the thing and get on with my life. So we have lots of little suboptimal things. One obvious example is you don't want lead-off encounters, because you want the enemies to run away. So if you get a lead-off encounter, it just wastes time, because you have to just defend to your first turn, and then let them run on the second turn. And you'll also see that in some cases I wasn't able to find a frame when all the enemies ran away. You'll also notice that I often fight 3 of these guys when you could encounter 1 or 2, and obviously encountering 1 or 2 would be faster, but again I couldn't find them. So there's lots and lots of improvements I can make here. This will be one of the major time saves in my my version 2 Electric Boogaloo. Is getting a better Queen. Most of the other improvements are actually like specific routing changes that I've identified, like do this different piece of shopping, or like talk to the dragon statue here instead of there, do this different piece of movement. It's very clearly like instead of X, do Y. But I just have one note that says like make your Queen not suck, and it's not specific, it's just do it better, optimize it. Like this thing, there is no way this is even close to optimal. Like, I've got all 5 of them to run away, and that's hilarious, but like, fighting 5 of them isn't optimal. It's a little bit easier in the blue section here, because all fatty encounters in the blue section are more common than all Hemoglod encounters in the red section. And the fatties tend to run away a little more frequently, but still, it's not optimal. Like, ideally, every fight here would be a single fatty, non-lead off, but good luck getting that. I'm pretty sure just this segment took me a couple weeks. is just friggin' long. There is so much manipulation to do. I hammered out the final dungeon and the last 3 boss fights in like 2 days. And this thing took me weeks. It's it's a different kind of frustration than trying to manipulate the random drops. Because in the random drops, what you're doing is like you have one clear result that you're aiming for, and 99.9% of what you try will not work. That's not what it's like in the Queen. In the Queen, it's just a matter of I'm sure there's always something better I could find. It's just a question of how many hours am I willing to dedicate to trying alternative sequences to see if I can find something that's just a little bit better. Because there isn't really an optimal here. Or maybe a better way of saying it, there is an optimal, but you can never tell if you've reached it. You just keep trying new things until eventually you've been working at trying to find a better sequence for hours and hours and hours and hours, and you haven't found anything even close, and you give up. It's like, alright, it's good enough, move on and do the next section. Okay, and I believe this is the last room. There we go. And split. Okay, under 2 hours left. This excites me. So what's next? Memory Tower. So, another section with Spar in it. This is another one of those sections where you have no choice. You need to bring Spar to the side quest in the first place. We need to bring Jean so that he can hop us around the memory area. And we need to bring Nina so that she can exit us out of Memory Tower. So the party is going to be Jean, Spar, Nina. Same as we do in Brave Man, when we don't have Bleu. Unfortunately, we don't get to hear it very long, but the memory theme is one of my favorite pieces of music in Breath of Fire 2. It took some effort to manipulate that kid to walk all the way up to the top there. As one of the things that I didn't think about at first when I was starting the task, but if there's a randomly moving NPC that you need to talk to, you have to manipulate their movement. Like this old guy here, I manipulated him all the way over to the left. Normally he wanders around in the middle of the room, and then it's extra steps to go and talk to him. Think we make it through this room with only one fight? It's definitely much too big to get through with 0. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so here we're going to see that Ryu's dragon doesn't do full damage, unfortunately. We did find a reframe where he defended, though. That was clever. So yeah, this is going to do like 400 some odd, 420 something? 426, yeah. So that's an extra 84 damage that I have to do. It's very unfortunate. Punchy punchy. So I think I make it up with an extra sonic boom and a cold from Spar, if I'm remembering correctly. But that's still a good 6 or 7 seconds. 8 seconds. It's a fair bit of wasted time. So I will have a significant time save here. If I hadn't made that error, the strategy would have been 3 Thunder Dragons and a Sonic Boom. That would kill him. So yeah, this is a second Sonic Boom, and then there's also Cold from Spar. Very tragic, but this is my own fault. And fuck, I missed the split. I was only a few seconds late, but damn it. So I believe this is our final piece of shopping. We're buying the next set of W fruits, and we also bought a couple of combat items that we'll use for an assortment of things. We bought a frisbee that we're going to use against the pebble in the farming section. And we bought a shave ice that Nina is going to use for her solo section. Oh, that little walk back and forth there, that's not necessary, but it also costs nothing. When you talk to him, you have to talk to him twice. And once the first dialogue is finished, there's a significant pause before the game will let you start the second dialogue, so I put in 2 steps of movement, 32 frames, rather than just sit around. Whenever there was dead time like that, I tried to fill it by doing something funny with the movement, because there are times when you can do some extra inputs that don't affect the actual time at all. Okay, I couldn't remember if I made it through that room without a fight, but if I did, then I guess there's no encounters in here. It's pretty cool. Let's see if I remember to split on Spoo. Spoo. That's a funny name, Spoo. I'm gonna name a kid Spoo, and they're gonna hate me for it. Jen would be very upset if she were here. We're walking right by treasures and not opening them. Spoo! Oh, the mercifully brief dungeon. Alright, and now the plot starts. I'm always really thrilled when I get to this part in a speedrun. Like, if you break the game down into 3 acts, Act 1 is from the start of the game until when you kill Trout. That's the intro, that's clearing Bo's name, that's Act 1. Act 2 is the eternal side quest from Hell. At the beginning of Act 2, when you're in the Ranger hideout in Hometown, it's not really a hideout, the Ranger place. The weird little basement off to the side where the Rangers congregate. Basically, you're hinted at a plot to do with the demon with the fingernails and the forest dying and stuff, and the entire second act of the game is just figuring out what the plot is. It takes a while. But now here, when we get to Farmtown, this is, in my opinion, where the real story begins. So, those are my breakups. The break for Act 1 is when you kill Trout, and then the break for Act 2 is when you get to Farmtown. We have rejiggered the party, we're done with Spar. We have Rand out of necessity, Jean so that we can hop to Namanda, and Nina so that we can exit out of Namanda. So once again, everybody's got a job, even if Jean's job is to be useless. Thwap. So I tested this, and I'm not 100% convinced that this is faster, but trying to do these fights just with crits is really painful because your weapons are badly outdated at this point. So even though having to continually go into the menu to use W fruits on Ryu, it seems wasteful, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's still faster. So the reason that I did it in this order was I figured it doesn't actually matter what order you do these fights in. You have to do them all anyway. The movement is the same. But if I do it this way, then there's an outside chance that Rand gains an extra level. Or Ryu, for that matter, gains an extra level. And then they'll do slightly more physical damage, because the stumps you do a dragon and some punching. And I figured, I didn't actually bother to calculate it, but maybe if I do this first, I'll gain an extra level, and then I'll punch a bit harder. I don't think it panned out, but it also cost nothing to try, so I tried it. Okay. Getting ready to split. Getting ready to split. And split. So they did both gain a level. Okay, I remembered incorrectly. So the stumps have 1,000 health. We do half it with a dragon and the rest with punching. The reason Rand's doing so much damage is we bought his weapon in Sima Fort. And even though he hasn't used it until now, which seems a little bit silly, but it is actually worth buying him that weapon just to help out with this. Because we had to buy the weapon for Cat anyway. So we didn't really go out of our way to get Rand his weapon. And it does speed this up. Well, that was an Amanda. What a cool dungeon, eh? Eh? Not especially. Alright, and back we go. Okay, Paladin time. And of course, I have the party carefully organized so that switching from Jean to Rand only requires a single swap. Clever me. So the 2010 TAS did this fight with 6 Shave Ice, which is the same strategy I use in Glitchless. It's slow. It is so slow, because every Shave Ice is it's an 8 to 9 second animation, and you have to do 6 of them. It's the worst. So instead, eons ago, we manipulated this Medicate drop. And it allows us to do this. Get punched. Okay, that's maybe not such an impressive damage. Ooh, I'd forgotten about that bit. So yeah, this is so much faster. And that's why we manipulated the Medicate drop back in Nimifu's tower. That's probably one of the biggest routing improvements over the 2010 TAS. Not the biggest is yet to come, but this is a pretty big one. Because that's a 30-second-ish time save, and like in a TAS, just casually saving 30 seconds, that's a lot of seconds. Alright, so this is the cut. This is the point at which, when I was working on the TAS, I took a 2-month break. So everything since this is fresh in my memory. Hopefully I will be able to give some better commentary than I have been doing. Well, nobody's chatting, so maybe I'm just doing a fine job. I don't know. I do make a mistake here. When I get out of town, I'm going to go into the menu and warp to Windia, because of course that's where we're going. I should, while I was in the menu, have healed Rand, because Rand does not get healed after the Paladin fight, although the rest of your party gets the free auto heal. So here my Rand is at 1 HP, and I should have healed him, because what's going to happen now is the next time Rand is in my party, which is the fight against Ray in the Grand Church, my Rand is going to be at 1 HP. And I need him to be not at 1 HP, I need him to be at full HP. So I'm actually going to have to break open the menu right before fighting Ray explicitly just to heal Rand, which is a time loss, because I was already in the menu to warp here. It would have been faster to heal him when I was already in the menu. So that'll save me a second or two. But we are also getting really close to the end of the game, actually. Other than taking Rand for the Grand Church, we're basically just going to roll with this squad. Cat Rand Nina. Sorry, Cat Sten Nina. The OGs. The first 4-man squad you get in the game. This is actually our final squad. Okay, my next split is the Guardian, and I'm going to remember to split at the Guardian. Oh, well, that's nice. I just got an email from my department chair basically just giving me a pat on the back and saying well done. It's always nice to get. Alright, we're just about done the talking, right? We can get back to playing the game? Looks that way. Unfortunately, there's a really cool little minor glitch that I won't be able to show you because this is a glitchless run. But, The old 2010 TAS does use this glitch, because when Janus originally made the TAS in 2010, he had no concept of like glitchless versus any percent. He wasn't trying to make a glitchless TAS, he was just making the fastest BOF 2 he knew how to. And at that point, most of the glitches hadn't been discovered yet. But he did know about this tiny little movement glitch. So, when you go into the puzzle with Solo Nina, you can actually clip through one of the boulders. And it saves you a little bit of time in the TAS. It actually doesn't save you any time in regular any percent because you have to pick up the wind rope. But here, that boulder, you can clip through that boulder if you're not doing a glitchless run. And it lets you get up the stairs without doing that little back and forth. But that's the only glitch that the 2010 TAS used. So even though technically Janus's old TAS would be any percent, functionally, in terms of entertainment value, you might as well think of it as a glitchless TAS because all of his strategies and routes are glitchless. It's just that one tiny little movement thing. So, the old TAS from 2010 looks far more like a glitchless TAS than it does what a modern any percent TAS would be. Anyway, this is a Guardian fight. This is me not forgetting to split. Got him. I'm not actually sure exactly how the Guardian fight works. It seems to be the only fight of its kind in the game, but the Guardian's HP total scales with Nina's level. It's really noticeable if you're a speedrunner, because if you fight her at a low Nina level, and you use a single Shave Ice, it's a one-shot. If you come in here with a high Nina level, and you use a single Shave Ice, it's not a one-shot. And that's proof that her HP scales with Nina's level. I don't know what the function is, or like, is it gradual, or is it just like at level X it gains an extra bunch of HP? I don't know. I don't know these questions. Sorry, I don't know the answers to these questions. But it's the only fight of that kind in the game that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure it's the only one. And it's weird. That screwed me up a bit when I was trying to do some of the original routing for the glitchless tasks. I came in here with a Shave Ice expecting it to one-shot her, and it didn't. And it was like, wait, what? 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 Anyway, that's Nina's solo section. Pretty sure we walk out of here with no fight. In fact, I think I've sometimes been able to walk out of here with no fight, even in a normal run. Yeah, there was only a couple of very minor pauses right at the end there. So, just so that we're keeping a running tally, there's a little under an hour and a half left. There are 5 dungeons to go. There's the Jackdaw, there's Thieves' Tomb, there's Bando, there's Evray, and there's Infinity. Normally, just the last dungeon, like from when you level the Grand Church till the end of the game, normally that takes an hour and a half. The amount of time you save in a task doing Infinity over a regular speedrun from not having to do the encounters is just unbelievable. Like, normally the first half of Infinity is like a 20 to 25 minute split in a speedrun, and the TAS, it's like 3 minutes. It's just silly. Get back here! Friggin' siblings. Nicking my shit. Speaking of siblings, Pax never showed up. Can I get a refund? I need a better brother. Thwap, thwap. F's in chat for Mina. I quite like the Great Bird theme too. Very cheerful piece of music. Oh, and coming up, I always have to point this out because I'm tickled pink by it. There is a tiny piece of speedrun tech that you're about to see here that was discovered not by a speedrunner, but by a good buddy of mine casually playing through the game. The infamous 2chan discovered that if you actually walk to the edge of town here and then come back in, it progresses the plot. When we all thought you had to actually try and leave town, and then it warps you back in and gives you a dialogue box saying we can't get out of town. But she just walked to the edge of town and then walked back and it progressed. So like, wait a minute, that works? What do you mean that works? So it only saves a couple of seconds, but it's a cool piece of tech discovered by somebody who did not expect to be discovering Breath of Fire 2 speedrunning tech. So I just have to give her a shout out when we get to this part. Anyway, Toilet Diving Adventures Redux. We're jumping in the toilet. This is a very, very straightforward dungeon. To be completely honest, I don't actually remember what the rest of the dungeon looks like. I know there's more to it, but you come in here, you fall down the hole, and you walk up, and that's the whole thing. And that's actually literally the entire dungeon. And we are quickly going to nab this fishing rod, because we need it to get the Empire Sword. And I missed the escape split. God dang it. I am the worst. Oh, right. I forgot about that. So, like with the entrance to Sky Tower, there's lag between breaking each of those boulders and talking to this guy. And it doesn't matter what you do with those few frames while it's waiting. So instead of standing still, I just figured I'd make Cat wiggle. More wiggling! The last wiggle there was because there was lag before you could change the party order, and we needed to change the party order to put Nina in the lead. Oh yeah, this was a fun piece to manipulate. First we needed to manipulate that hole so we could fall down here immediately. Then we needed to manipulate an encounter to get us the shortcut. So, if you don't know the mechanic, in that dungeon, if you end a fight standing on one of the tiles with faces, you get a random result depending on the kind of tile you're standing on. The yellow happy face tile, you either get the shortcut that teleports you to the end of the dungeon, or you get a full party heal, or you get $100. Alright, here's the split, not forgetting this time, evidence. Alright, we're done zoning here. We can't exit from this room, but we can exit from the main room. So we just have to walk out here before we use it. Okay, and this is actually the cool part. Well, a cool part. Now we're going to do our pre-endgame faffing around. So the first thing we're doing is we're coming over here to the hut, or the island with the armory. It took a frustrating amount of time to manipulate this encounter, but here's the encounter. We manipulated it. Whew. One of the things on my list of improvements to make is to see if I can optimize a quicker fight, but the encounter rate on the overworld is not high, and the fight that I'm looking for is very rare. Even just finding one of these guys in the first place is kind of unlikely. And then we're trying to manipulate one that has this specific 1 in 43 drop. The Medusa Shield. There we go. So we have the Medusa Shield now. And that will let us use the attack up spell, even though none of our spellcasters know it. And the only two people in the game that actually learn the attack up spell themselves are Spar and Bleu. And Spar doesn't learn it until like level 33 or something silly. And Blua is, as previously mentioned, not appearing in this film. Because even though the attack up spell is great, it's not worth the almost 2 minutes it would take to recruit her. So the Medusa Shield is a much quicker way of getting the attack up spell. And this is our beating stick. So the Empire Sword is Ryu's best weapon. Hey, Ashley! You are back and or are still here and never left. One of the two. How's it going? You're also the first person to talk in like over an hour, so thank you. Oh my god, it is hard talking into a vacuum. So the Empire Sword and the Medusa Shield are going to dramatically change the way we approach the fights. Because until now, we've been dragon spamming because it's literally all we had. But the problem is that dragons are actually really awkward. They use your entire mana bar, and they have really slow animations. Hey, Cerberus is here too! Your life is a vacuum? Well, you can fill the vacuum of your life with this beautiful Breath of Fire 2 TAS. I lied. It's not beautiful. This TAS is junk. The only reason I'm doing this is because it's better than the last one. But I'm working on a TAS that is less trash. Hopefully it'll only take a month or two. But for now, we have my trash TAS. It is 4 minutes less trash than the one from 2010. So if you have questions about my trash, you are welcome to ask them. We've got another hour and 15 minutes to kill. And I have long since run out of good jokes. You know, no worries. I said that I would do this last weekend, and then I totally flaked, so like I have only myself to blame. But if you're interested in what you've missed, there's 3 hours and 30 minutes of VOD you can go look at. Hey, Highborn's back! Highborn, I only forgot a couple of splits. Are you proud of me? So the good news is that if you were getting a little bit bored of watching me dragon spam my way through every boss, the dragon spam portion of the game is over. Now we're going to hit things with a stick. So as with a regular glitchless speedrun, it's not worth the time it takes to go put a fourth person in the party, and we don't need him. Ryu is our lethal weapon. Ryu is just going to bash everything in the face, so all we need is Ryu and somebody faster than Ryu to use the Medusa Shield on him, and that's what Sten is with us for. The two party members that naturally outspeed Ryu are Sten and Cat. And Cat's unavailable, so we bring Sten by default. You don't need to come up with jokes because the TAS is one. JK, please no ban. No, but actually that for real. This TAS sucks. I've spent most of the last 3.5 hours pointing out all of the things that I did wrong. There is a long list of things that I did wrong. But, I'm working on a better one. The better one has already saved... How much is it? I think the better one, the new one, is currently... It's just... done the Director of Human Resources, so like it's only in Corsair, like the first half an hour, and it's already I think 4 or 5 seconds ahead, but it's set things up that will save another 5 or 6 seconds, so functionally it's already like 10 seconds ahead in just the first half an hour. Isn't this still the world record for this category? So that's an interesting question. Yes and no. Also, there is no split for the footman fight. But even if there were a split, I would have remembered it. So, like, there's glitchless TAS, and then there's any percent TAS. because like I have explicitly made this as a glitchless TAS. This TAS satisfies the rule set for a glitchless speedrun. But it's the world record in both categories. And the people over at TAS Videos are actually apparently having a bit of a headache deciding what to do with this. Because the way they save TASes is they have different categories. Not for the speedruns, but for like where the video gets saved. They have their stars category, which is like the most entertaining TAS videos. Like if somebody says, hey, I'm new to TASing, show me the coolest TASes, they're saved under the stars portion of their library. For the still entertaining but not tip top, there's the moons. And then for everything else, there's the vault. But the deal is the only videos that are eligible for the vault are fastest completion time. In speedrunning language, that basically means any percent. So you can submit other categories with like entertainment trade-offs and stuff to moons and stars, but if you're going to put a video in the vault, it's just an any percent fastest completion time, anything goes, no extra faffing around. And since this is a glitchless TAS, it doesn't qualify because it's not a fastest completion time. A fastest completion time would be any percent. It would use the glitches. But my glitchless TAS is also faster than the fastest any percent time. Holy shit, Shogun just dropped by with a 19-month sub. Gotta go fast one frame at a time. I'm glad you could make it. Even if you're only here for the last hour is the best hour. So like everybody has showed up at the right time. Any percent glitchless and call it a win? Yes, something like that. So like according to the letter of the law, my video as a glitchless TAS should not be eligible for the vault category. But it is eligible for the vault category by being the fastest any percent TAS, even though it's explicitly not any percent. So they're going to have to figure out what the fuck they want to do with it. That's not my problem. If they want to save it, if they don't want to save it. I only submitted it to TAS Videos because like it's TAS Videos. It's where you submit your TAS video. But regardless of what they decide to do with it, I'm going to have the video saved on my Twitch channel. Anyway, so this is us beating up the Necroman. That was nice and quick. Here's me remembering to split. Achoo. Okay, so giving them a Kujete, that's boo, boo. 0 out of 10. No applause. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Rip that guy. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna come of that. In the end, presumably it will not matter, because whether they decide they want to temporarily admit this to the vault or not, it's gonna get outdone. So the only questions are... Actually no, the only question is, do they admit Glitchless to the Moons tier? Because that's not my decision. It's like they decide that it's entertaining enough that it actually deserves to be saved in Moons, or they don't. And if they decide yes, then great. It will live in Moons. And if they decide not, then ultimately what they decide to do about Vault Tier doesn't matter. Because the story with Vault Tier is only going to end one way. It's going to end with me submitting an any percent TAS that bodies the shit out of whatever Janus has done. Because I know Janus is working on an any percent TAS that will ultimately be faster than this glitchless TAS, even though he hasn't achieved it yet, but he'll get there. Because really, it's not that hard to get an any percent TAS that will beat this glitchless one. And then I will body his. So, oh shit! Shogun Gundam 04 has gifted a tier 1 sub to Legendary Cerberus. Enjoy your emotes, buddy. Also, happy birthday. You're a third of 100? You are 33 and a third. Well, that wouldn't be a birthday. That would be like a third of a year off a birthday. So I'm going to assume you just mean that you're turning 33. So happy birthday and enjoy the gift sub. Thank you, Shogun. Shogun is Mr. Moneybags here. Yeah, you have the spook. You can take your spooks to all Twitch channels. God, I love that spook. Alright. Okay, 2 dungeons left. And almost exactly an hour. An hour and 5 minutes. Alright. But it's the best hour. No, but actually, the last hour of the TAS is almost certainly the most entertaining. And I'm not just saying that so that people will stick around and chat. Although I am also saying it so that people will stick around and chat. Please don't abandon me. It's really hard to talk into a vacuum for an hour. We'll check out VOD. Okay, well thank you for coming. And again, enjoy the spook. Chinese restaurant. Damn, that sounds good. I'm really hungry. Also, I don't think I've been out to a restaurant since February. Friggin' lockdown. Shogun, I think you are the only other person with a golden GUI. Sub 3 for new TAS? Yeah, that's not happening. I think probably the glitchless TAS will end up somewhere in the mid 442. I think. That's a minute and 45-second improvement. And I think probably on the outside, if I really, really, really try, there may be a minute 45 to save. But I'm not convinced. That it will take a lot of work to get it down to a 442 glitchless. That or discover some new tech that I'm not presently aware of. Yeah, the more I think about it, I am not convinced. There's probably almost a minute of time saved due to routing improvements. But even that's being generous, and I don't know, maybe there's like another almost a minute in optimization, but like both of those estimates, like I would need near a minute of routing improvements and nearly a minute of optimization, and both of those feel generous. So okay, maybe the 442 is optimistic. 443 is definitely happening. Because it's only a 45-second time save, and we for sure can save 45 seconds. I don't know if we can save a minute in 45 seconds. Anyway, waffling all the time? Yeah, I know, right? No. Like, if I can get it down to a 442, then I will declare victory. I know for sure I can get a 443, no question. But I am not willing to bet my soul on the 442. But then there's the question of any percent. The any percent can almost certainly, like I would be astounded if the any percent couldn't get under 440. I don't know how far under 440, but like I'm basically convinced. Because like first of all, there's like you just skip the entire Upa Rupa cave, and that's like 2 minutes right there. Maybe even a little more than 2 minutes. I forget exactly how long the Upa Rupa split is, but like that right there is half of the time save. So like if I think I can get Glitchless down from 444 down into a 443, and then the glitches immediately give us a 2-minute time save because of the Oopa Roopa, that's 441. The glitched weapons would need to save only a minute to a minute and a half, and that seems reasonable. Like, I could easily believe that the glitched weapons save you a minute and a half. And that's all we need. That gets us already down under 440. So I think glitchless TAS, 443 for sure, 442 maybe if I'm really lucky, and glitched TAS, any percent TAS, definitely under 440. But sub 3 is not happening. That's my forecast. No confirmed COVID-19 cases for 2 months being on an island? Oh, but yeah. A non-England island, for sure. England is having some trouble. You live in Victoria, right? I asked to the person who just said that he was leaving to go get dinner. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Victoria. We are doing reasonably well here. Here is the GTA. Like, obviously, we still have a lockdown because we still do have COVID, but like it has been trending steadily downward in a way that is heartening. So we're not there yet, but we're making good progress, which is way better than some places I could mention south of us. I'm really glad I'm not American right now. Good lord. Alright, Ray fight! Ray fight! Show me your moves! So you can't dodge that. You don't even want to talk about my country? I don't blame you. Yeah. Sorry, man. Ray's Show Me a Moose attack, you actually cannot dodge that. Fun fact. The reason for agility down here is so that we don't need to eat a second Ether Storm. So we do the one dragon to push him over his damage threshold, then we eat this, and we have 2 people stay alive. But if we didn't use the agility down, then he would use another one before Ryu could act, because Ryu's not outspeeding him. The reason we need Ran to survive is just we don't want to use a second life heal. 3 HP! That's 2 more HP than you need. Split! Oh, I almost forgot that split. Agility up does not work, and it's tragic because agility up would make my life so much easier. But yeah, no, the agility up buff is broke. You need to use agility down if you want to outspeed things. Which is a pain because it means you need to fight with the enemy's magic resistance. Burb? Got it. You have your burb. See you when you get back. One of the nice things about the Grand Church is that all of the rooms are small, which makes it possible to avoid encounters entirely. Bop. I quite like this theme. It's ominous, but it's resonant. Whap. You still super hate that text doesn't go any faster? I mean, as a speedrunner and a TASer, it would be nice, because then I could beat the game faster, but like, but as a streamer, I think the slow text is a massive improvement for viewability, because it means that people who aren't already intimately familiar with the game can actually follow the plot. I think it actually makes it for a way better viewer experience, even if it makes it a kind of unpleasant runner experience. So like, I could go either way. Yeah, I think as far as Super Nintendo RPGs go, from a viewer perspective, Breath of Fire 2 is probably one of the best for the general audience who doesn't know the game. Obviously, if you know the game inside out yourself, then you can appreciate it even without seeing anything. But yeah, even frame-perfect dialogue isn't really significantly faster than ordinary dialogue. Thwap. Defense! So this is one of those things that you can't really plan for it, but you take it when you can get it. Most enemies have a small but non-zero chance of using defend, which is generally basically the fastest thing they can do, because all they do is just like wiggle on the spot for a moment. Doesn't really come with a proper animation. So like if you can find a turn where an enemy defends and like it doesn't hamper your ability to kill them, it's really nice. The problem is it's so rare that you can never count on it ahead of time. You just have to do your trial and error routing in the fight and discover, oh hey, unexpectedly on this frame I get a convenient defend. But most of the time it doesn't come up. And unfortunately, some of the time, even when you do get a defend, you can't take it, because it's the enemy you are trying to hit, and the defend causes them to survive when they would otherwise have died. So, that was one of the times where I was able to both find a defend and use it, but there aren't very many such, alas. Okay, eye lasers. Fun fact, each of those little red zots, that causes a lag frame. It's one of the very, very few lag frames in the game that aren't a screen transition. All the screen transitions have lag frames, like a lot of them. But those eye lasers are one of the only things that without a black screen you get a lag frame. Yep. The game is very, very, very good about not having lag frames while there's stuff on the screen. Like, calling it a lag frame when it's just part of a screen transition is kind of a misnomer in the first place. But like in TAS Studio, the game distinguishes between like regular frames and lag frames. And you very clearly get a whack of lag frames every time you do a screen transition of any kind. But in-game lag frames, like what you would get when you play Link to the Past and there's too much stuff on screen, Breath of Fire 2 has almost none of those. Oh yeah, we can watch my incredibly tight routing here. Check this out. Juicy crits! This was a really hard fight to route, because we needed the enemies to target specific people at the right time, and we needed Ryu to crit, and we needed him to high roll, because only his highest possible damage range would one-shot. So I did this on stream, and it took me quite a while. But it looks super clean now that I'm done, right? See the heckin' in chat? Yeah. So the result was super clean, but like that took a significant effort to route, or to like, I knew what I was doing with the route because I knew it was possible, but like it took me a lot of time just working through the possible sequences to find a setup that worked. But the result is gorgeous, isn't it? That was a load-bearing boss. That's what that was. Okay, we still have 50 minutes, and I'm starting to get that really uncomfortable low blood sugar feeling. And I had a big cup of coffee earlier, so I know that if I wait until the end, I am going to be experiencing some serious discomfort. So I'm just going to very quickly run to the kitchen, because there's a fair bit of plot faffing around here. I don't need to be back to Split for a few minutes until Habaruku, so I will be right back. I am sorry that I'm bailing, but I need to eat something. Okay, I'm back. I hope your dinner cooks well, Shogun. Oh shit, I need to close the door. One sec. Alright, very sorry about that. So, we did the plot with Dad, and only now do we come here. The thing is the game forces you to be in Township exactly 2 times. After you rescue Gaynor from the church, you get warped there. And then, after Mom gets blown up, you have to go find Patty, which forces you to go back to Township. So if you have to be in Township exactly twice, then in between those 2 times is the correct time to come and talk to Ichichi, because you can't come and talk to her until you've been in the well. And you need to come and talk to her before you set up the good ending with Dad in the Flying Town. So this particular routing gets you everywhere you need to go with no extra trips to Township. And the old 2010 video had a much less optimal route that did an entire extra trip that it didn't need. Sorry, I'm trying to point my mic away from my face while I eat. I just ran into the kitchen and grabbed myself a block of cheddar out of the fridge and I'm gnawing on it. We actually got really lucky. We found a really beautiful nice dry cheddar at a grocery store. And it gets really tasty. Tons of flavor. It sort of, maybe flaky is not quite the right word, but like it's crumbly. It's really tasty. But it's not like the really expensive cheddar that you get out of the fancy cheese bunker. It's just a regular store brand block of cheddar. Like the same as like Black Diamond or Cracker Barrel or whatever. But it's way higher quality. So anyway, that's what I'm eating. Oh, I love cheese so much. This is delicious. If I were lactose intolerant, I would actually die. I would just refuse to acknowledge my limitations, and I would continue eating cheese until I ceased to exist. And I would have exactly 0 regrets. This is another little trick that the 2010 video didn't take advantage of. Going in there and using X8 is faster than walking all the way out. And this is the big time save. Because the side quest where you're trying to find Patty, that guard sends you to the Wildcat restaurant. The Wildcat sends you to Thieves' Tomb. And a guy in Thieves' Tomb sends you to Township. But as soon as you talk to the guard in Cotland, Patty appears in Township. You don't have to do the side quest. But the 2010 video did the whole thing. It got the flying town. It flew the flying town all the way down to Township so that he could warp from Cotland to Semafort, go to the restaurant, warp to Township that was parked beside Thieves' Tomb. Talk to the guy at Thieves' Tomb, then come back to Township and talk to Patty. And that side quest costs you 2 or 3 minutes. 3 minutes is selling it. It costs you 1 to 2 minutes. Oh no, because the time it takes to fly the town down to... Yeah, it could be almost as much as 3 minutes it costs you. And it's completely unnecessary. So yeah, this skip has been known for a while. Yeah, I've known about it since before I was a speedrunner. I knew about it casually as a kid. But somehow it didn't make it into the 2010 video, and as of a month ago, Janus still didn't know about it. He didn't learn about it until I told him. Like, hey, by the way, I'm going to start working on an any % task. Are you interested in comparing notes? And he's like, maybe. What have you got? It's like, well, for one thing, you could stop wasting 3 minutes. That'd be a good start. So, Janus doesn't actually seem all that interested in collaborating, so probably we're just going to each make our videos separately. And I will quietly point and laugh at the things that he doesn't know about. But that huge 3-minute time save is what originally prompted me to make my own TAS. It's like, oh, come on. Come on. There's no way. This can't be the best Breath of Fire 2 TAS on the internet. There's just... It's unjust. The game deserves better. See, I would have thought so too, but apparently this is a thing. The speedrunning community and the TAS community, for a lot of games, apparently just don't seem to interact very much. I think it's bizarre, because I agree with you. If I were running a TAS for a game, the very first thing I would do is go and look at the videos for that game. And in 2010, it totally made sense, because there wasn't a Breath of Fire speedrunning community in 2010. But if he's making a new video now, like updating his old video to include all of the any percent stuff and then just not discovering half of the tech we're using, that's bizarre. And yeah, like, if he had come and asked us, we could have told him. In a sense, he's lucky that I wanted to gave it to him for free. So yeah, I have no idea why he wasn't interested in sharing work with the speedrunning community. I have no such compunction. I'm gonna chain Andy and or MCon to a desk and get them to help me route out the any percent tasks, and then of course give them credit for it when I'm done. Because they both know way more about the glitch than I do. Also, it's the Pope! Yeah, while we've been chatting, there's been a game going on in the background. Good old Cephalopope. Yeah. I feel like I should probably move on because I think I'm sort of skirting into the area of like tasteless gossip. But yeah, there are a number of things in Janus's TAS that just sort of indicate that he hasn't looked that hard at the speedruns, because there's some really obvious improvements. Alright, Pope fight! I'm gonna fight the Pope. Bah! So anyway, this explains why we don't really use G-Dragon very much. A physical attack animation is just so much faster, and you do almost as much damage. Attack up is really truly the most broken spell in the game. And... split. Alright, only 5 splits left. You can't tell now, but earlier on, I forgot a whole ton of splits. Like, there's 6 or 7 splits that I just straight missed. I'm gonna have to go back and fill them in afterward. Because I'm bad at my job, and pressing a button is hard. It's not critical. These splits are completely informal anyway. The official time for the TAS is 4:44:37 by frame counting. And it's possible that I'll be off by a second or two just because of human errors. Or by my emulator running a little faster, a little slower, whatever. Who knows? I don't know what the potential problems are. I'm hoping that when I hit the done button that the timer will read 4:44:37 since that's the official time, but I'm not too fussed about it. The timer's just here for fun so that everybody can follow along. It's part of the viewer experience. Why did I just try and pull a Kermit accent out of my ass? What the fuck? I don't know what that was. Moving on. We have successfully avoided the bad ending. Yay. Yay. Also, this is our final team, by the way. Heck Rand, Heck Bleu. Also Heck Jean. Stupid frog. We're taking Sten. Because it doesn't actually matter. The final party is Ryu, Cat, and other people who don't matter. But Sten lets us swing across the pole in the first room in Infinity. So, like, it costs us nothing to bring Sten, and it's a time save, so we take it. The last party member is Nina, who doesn't do anything. Actually, something that I forgot to try. It may or may not be faster, but I forgot to try using defense down on Death Heaven. It's unlikely to hit, because I know I tested this back when we first had the idea of using agility down in Glitchless. At the same time, I tested using defense down to see if it was like an appreciable damage bonus, and like it's unlikely to succeed, just the way agility down is unlikely to succeed. And it's only a modest damage increase, if I'm remembering correctly. And admittedly, this was a couple of years ago that I tested this, but I remember it being only like a 15-ish% damage increase. But I need to test whether the animation time for the defense down spell is worth the extra hits that you save. So, like, if casting defense down at the start of the fight causes you to win the fight one round sooner, that might be worth it. If it causes you to win 2 rounds sooner, that's definitely worth it. So I have to test it. And I blanked on it. I put Nina in the party because I had that idea, and then when I was actually finishing the TAS, I just wanted to get it done, and I completely blanked. Just me being an idiot. But if defense down is worth using, then Nina should be the 4th party member for that reason. But otherwise, it doesn't matter who you take. Come to think of it, it might be best, I guess, if there is a person you can take who will not gain a level from the Habaruku kill, then that's who you take. If there's no other reason to prefer a particular character, you take whichever character gets the fewest levels up. A possible consideration is each character gets different text in the epilogue after you kill Death Heaven. But I think that each of those text boxes only differs, like, the character with the slowest dialogue compared to the character with the fastest dialogue, I think it's only a 1 or 2 text box difference, which is like half a second. So that would probably not be the determining factor, unless the level up consideration is a wash. Also, look at me go here, trying to manipulate my way out a few extra steps. So this is a tough room to route. You can get through here with only 2 encounters, but it's tight. Because, I mean, it's a really, really long walk. This is probably, in my opinion, probably the most impressive bit of walking in the game, is getting through this room with only 2 fights. And split. Many of the boss fights are impressive for one reason or another, and the routing as a whole I think is pretty neat. But that's the one walk that really looks like, oh, frig. Goddamn hacks. The heck? Yeah, exactly. It's really close, though. Like, you could see that I was fighting for every single tile I could get. Imagine going from the Habaruku split to the Dologany split in 5.5 minutes. And half of that is Valerie talking at you. Basically, I did the entirety of Infinity 1 in under 3 minutes. Must be nice, huh? And then there's Brave Man, Infinity 1 split, 50 minutes. Fuck. Ah. I love Brave Man. Such a terrible idea. Hey, Shogun! Shogun, how close are you to 200 followers? For everybody else here, Shogun has to run Brave Man when he gets to 200 followers. We're all really excited about it. I really like the Dologany theme. Even if it's quite short before it repeats, it's just very soothing. And it's over. That was it. It's the whole thing. Alright. Time for the Anthony sequence. It's nobody's favorite, but time for everybody's favorite. At least I remembered to reverse the order of the Anthony and the Barberry splits. Because obviously in a glitchless run, we do Barberry first, and then Death Warp. Oh, here's a little time-saving thing. Talk to this guy from the right. You save a step. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Yeah, this part is incredibly tedious, even in a TAS. It's just all walking and talking. And the fact that it's optimal walking and talking really does not help very much. This whole segment would have been so much better if they just skipped the hallway. They just, every door, you go into the door, and then you're in this room here, the guy's on the pedestal, you talk to them, they disappear, you go out, talk to the next one. The whole walking back and forth through the corridor with the person joining the party, that is completely unnecessary. All it does is totally kill the pacing. If I get my hands into the guts of Breath of Fire 2 and I'm going to make a mod, that is the first thing I am fixing. The second thing I'm fixing is replacing Jean with Nimifu. Now consider the following. Reflect on how tedious this is to watch. Like basically 10 minutes, and nothing happens. Now reflect on how tedious it was for me to program all of these inputs. It was the worst. It was actually terrible. My only consolation is that now that I've done it once, I don't need to do it again. Even though I'm redoing TASes, because nothing here is RNG dependent, I can just go to this TAS, I can just copy and paste the entire input block, and take it over into a new TAS. Nothing changes. That's the only relief, is that I won't have to redo the whole thing. But we still have to watch it, so here we go. Also, 20 minutes left. 20 minutes until dinner. Thank goodness. It's kind of astounding that we can not only finish the Anthony cutscene, because there's still like a minute or so of this left. We're gonna do the entire Infinity 2 dungeon, Baruberry, and Death Evan all in like 18 minutes. So the first time I played this game, I definitely sacrificed Jean. Stupid frog. And split. Alright. Boring part's over. If you were lurking, and you were inclined to unlurk, now's the chance. We're into the last 20 minutes, and this is where the fun happens. We're going to manipulate a weapon drop, we're going to beat up Blueberry, and then we're going to smack God in the face. And we're going to do it while getting no unnecessary random encounters. There's going to be a bit of stutter stepping here to manipulate our Karm fight. Here we go. I said no unnecessary encounters. This is a necessary encounter. And here's our Meowstick. Meowstick as a Pokemon. Alright, that was it. And it's Blueberry time. And that was the last of my W fruits. Even though attack up and physicals are normally better than G-Dragon, this is the one exception. Between Barberry's high defense, his small HP pool, and his counter rate, it's really much better just to use G-Dragon. Okay. I intentionally tried to find a turn where both Nina and Sten bit it, and Ryu and Kat did not bite it. Because it will make the next turn much easier to manipulate. Cold Breath isn't actually the most efficient thing he could have done. A physical attack where both of us dodge would have been better, but I couldn't find one. So we just took that. That wasn't quite optimal, but it was pretty good. And of course, we are the brave man of the dragon. So we come and attack our nightmare with our strength alone. So this solo Barberry fight is going to look a little bit sillier than the one in Brave Man, although it will have significantly less pizza. Funnily, there's one other boss in the game against which we used this exact strat of just dodge crit every turn. The Director of Human Resources. Yeah, and here I took a single cold breath because on this turn I couldn't find a good dodge crit. And that should be it. Yeah! Alright, that's Blueberry. Hardest boss in the game. Okay, so I haven't mentioned this in a while. A regular speedrun starts timing at file select and ends timing when you kill Death Evan. The TAS does not. The timing rules for a TAS are you start timing at console on, and you stop timing after the final input needed to get you to the end screen. And in Breath of Fire 2, after you kill Death Evan, you have that short epilogue with some dialogue that you have to go through. So the last input on that dialogue before we get into the credit crawl, that is time. So if I've done this right, we should hit time, done, at 4:44:37. But we'll kill Death Evan several minutes before that. Oh, I see we're dropping frames. Sorry about that. Okay, I think we are good now. Yeah, looks like it's stabilized. Yeah, I'm sorry about the internet quality. There's nothing I can do about it. There hasn't been anything I can do about it for months now. Too many soccer moms watching Netflix. Alright. Boss fight! A uses the power of friendship. Which is final and conclusive proof that Breath of Fire 2 is actually just a Saturday morning cartoon fever dream. Hey, Shingo! Glad you could make it. That is indeed a large number of dicks. Tickle, tickle. So the strategy for this fight is just use the Medusa shield for attack up and then hit him in the face. He's got 10,000 HP, and we're gonna hit him in the face 20 times. And conveniently, both Ryu and Kat average almost exactly 500 damage with their hits, so it works out nicely. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I should test to see whether it's worth using defense down. I don't know. Maybe it will be. I haven't tried it yet. For now, though, we're just going to use Nina and Sten as bait to let us find some good RNG frames. Dodges are optimal when we can find them, but when we can't find them, we're just going to let him hit one of the other two party members. The endless barrage of crits in this fight is really very satisfying. In my opinion, this is probably the most impressive fight in the TAS. I think this is the final turn? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that that last turn gave me some trouble at a longer wait than the others. Alright, so now we just have to wait through the epilogue. But that Death Evan kill is a solid 2 hours faster than the fastest recorded human time. I think the any percent world record is 6:38, right? That's MCon's time. I'd forgotten about that Rand sprite. Normally when I'm speedrunning I have Rand in the party, so I don't get to see it. 5 minutes for the epilogue, and we're free. I can go have dinner. There's absolutely no interesting commentary I can give about this because it's just talking. Just mash A through the dialogue. This game is in your top 3 best JRPG. This is certainly in my top 3 best JRPG. I don't think that I would elevate it to that status as an objective measurement. I can probably think of 3 other RPGs that are on balance better. But for my personal enjoyment, yeah, it's easily top 3. Which I suppose shouldn't be a surprise. It would be hard to spend as much time as I have speedrunning and TASing this game if I didn't love it. I think probably the best review that I can give of Breath of Fire 2 to somebody who was just asking me for like a quick summary of what's good and bad about the game is it's incredibly solid. If you pick any particular detail, you can probably find another game that did that thing better. But Breath of Fire 2 is just a good experience all across the board. The mechanics are good, the art is good, the music is good, the story is good, the characters are good, the game balance is good. Nothing is perfect, everything is good. Except the translation, and there is a patch to fix that. The translation is kind of laughable at times. Alright, 1 minute. I'm going to make sure I don't miss this final split, because this is the one that counts. Not a native English speaker? Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. Alright. I gotta make sure I get the right dialogue box here. we go. Oh. Well, 1 second